7 minutes, almost 8 minutes past the hour on the Rick and Bubba Show here. It's the kickoff hour, and not just any hour, a very special hour. We'll talk about it. Your phone calls are welcome at 866-WEEBIE-BIB. We got the winner and Barbecue Smoke Neck. They're your interns today. They're pulling show prep, getting ready for the day, and awaiting your phone calls. If you'd like to join in, help produce this hour, please do so. Our latest NIL student athlete, Clemson offensive lineman Trent Howard. He is a local athlete to the Birmingham market, doing well for himself, friends with Rick and Bubba's families as well. And we have him on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week. So you want to hear his story and all about the NIL deal coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We've also got Mike Rowe with us today. Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe, he's always great whenever he's on with, like, Tucker Carlson or someone on Fox News. Love to hear what he has to say. He's had a series out called Somebody's Gotta Do It, but it's premiering now on PureFlix. It is now streaming there for those of you that have that app, and I know a lot of you do. But it is something that we're going to talk to him about a little bit later in the show today, so look forward to catching up with him. He's got a lot going on with different documentaries, Disney Discovery Plus, I should say, and his podcast, The Way I Heard It, with Mike Rowe. So a lot happening with old Mike, and we'll catch up with him. And I think it might be the first time he's ever been on the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm not sure, but I think it is. So that's happening today as well. But when I said it was a special hour, it's because even though his birthday is tomorrow, today we celebrate Greg Burgess's 55th birthday. And so he's over to my right with Fish and Shirt Friday, Michael Helms, and 180 Van Adler. It's the Good Time Gang. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey. All right, a few things. One, I listened to that, The Way I Heard It with Mike Rowe. Yeah. Fantastic podcast.
Yeah, I always like to hear what he has to say.
It's that whole deal. What is that? Who did the thing where they do the rest of the story?
Yeah.
He kind of Paul Harvey. Yeah. So he just tells stories. Yeah. And he does
he
it
used
the
to
way
be on Dirty Jobs.
He did.
He sure did,
and
buddy.
So the way I heard it, but it's excellent because I love his voice and he does a good job.
And I
Great
like
American.
Those little stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now let's get to what I've been waiting for all week. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say he also has a foundation called Mike Rowe Works Foundation, and it helps. And we've been talking about this off air. It's a grant that pretty much helps people get trained on skilled jobs because, a lot of times everybody thinks, well, I just got to go to a 4-year university or whatever. I'm going to go waste mom and dad's money, and then they graduate.
And they can't get a job in their degree.
Well, these skilled jobs are something that is, you can have a very good career doing these things.
Absolutely.
And so anyway, he tries to help with those grants on funding people to get trained on those skilled jobs, and they're going to go away if we don't go out there and get some more skilled workers.
People need to get after.
So that's always an option for you graduating students that don't want a 4-year school. That's an option for you. But back to what you were going to say, Helmsy.
Well, just something I've been waiting for all week.
Okay.
Double nickel.
Right
baby.
Here. Double nickel. Happy
I've been
birthday.
counting down
Tomorrow.
the days, hours, and minutes to today.
Well,
Yeah, me too.
I got to tell you, I'm in it for 2 reasons. First of all, I want to celebrate Greg. But second of all, I want to celebrate Greg because he didn't want us to celebrate Greg.
Right.
So I'm enjoying.
I've done ran my list of ages that it matters.
Right.
And
But
I'm way past that.
I'm enjoying Greg not enjoying it and us making him enjoy it.
No, I'm going to embrace it and eat cake and all that.
You're going to embrace it.
Yeah, I'm fired up.
You should embrace it, Greg.
It don't bother me.
Hey, it's the only day you don't share with anybody. It's not like Christmas or Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You don't share it with anybody. It's all about you today.
Yeah.
We celebrate Greg Burgess today.
That's right.
That's
I think
what we're
that's
doing.
a little drastic, but yeah.
Yeah. Also,
I think that's a little much.
I didn't know one day apart. Today is Rich Wingo's 65th
That's
birthday.
right. Yeah,
You
we found that out.
You
the other
share a
day.
birthday with Rich Wingo?
Well,
one day.
It's
His
one
is
day.
actually
His is
today.
today.
Okay.
Greg's is
found that
tomorrow.
out. And we were working out that day. We were talking to him. I forget how it came up.
When I felt like a candy, and I know we've talked about this before. He's in hoodie and sweatpants, wherever they're in shorts and T-shirts.
I was shirtless.
I know. I got something for you. You want me to go get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's something for me, you dang right.
Well, you just said. See, this is why.
No, I'm
this is why
embracing
you
it.
should embrace it, Greg. He got
Yeah, let's do it.
Your little buddy got you a birthday gift.
Hey, Helmsy.
Yeah.
Make him close his eyes.
All right.
I'm not going to make you close your eyes. I'm going to ask you to
My
close
eyes are
your
closed.
Me making you close your eyes would be probably get physical. I don't feel like getting physical on
Ain't
double
no sense
nickel.
it's falling in the floor.
Eyes closed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, now.
Don't
Look,
open them.
wait a
Don't
minute,
open them
wait a
yet.
minute.
Don't open them.
Oh, I like the sound of
Greg
that.
Burgess, I present to you
A plate hitting.
my protein balls.
Yes, and you didn't do them.
How about that?
So let me get this
Terry.
right. You gave your balls to Greg
No.
for birthday.
Right,
Well, technically.
right. We have protein
These
balls.
yesterday. Thank you, Terry, by the way.
Yes.
Terry Wilburn. Wilburn, sorry.
Terry
You're so
Wilburn.
excited.
I was
you
so
can't even
excited.
talk
I
about
was
it.
so excited.
We were just joking around yesterday.
Yeah.
And he called Terry, said, Greg would like
Look,
some
look
protein
how quick
bugs. I
he's
love
going
these
in.
things.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
And she said that I'll make those. I forgot about
Well, I'll
that.
tell you
by the
what,
way.
while
and
you-
I thank you so much, Terry.
While
You
you-
had nothing to do with it.
While
He,
you eat,
he had to bring them in.
Oh, he brought them.
There
He
was-
had to ask Terry to make them
I
for
had-
your birthday.
I had to make, also had to make a note not to forget them because
This
I
was
almost
very
walked out of
intentional
the
on
house.
Thank you
Speedy's
so
part.
much.
Yeah, and I mean we're starting this
Ooh,
show
they're
off.
good.
Okay, there was a little bit of a panic because the Wilburn boys didn't know they were for you and ate half the plate.
That's fine.
But
I don't need
you
that
know,
many. There's plenty.
Better hide those from two.
I've got another surprise for you.
Man, that's good.
I got another surprise for you. Somebody wants to wish you happy birthday. Kates, how are you, buddy?
Oh, God.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What did you do? What are you doing up?
What did you just say?
Yeah,
What
never
am I doing
mind.
up?
He's always up. Doesn't matter when he goes to bed either.
Hey, Kates, he's
You
eating
gonna
protein balls.
Greg's got some protein balls
They
Yes,
good.
he does.
They good.
for this special day.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. First of all,
boy.
I've got to wish
Oh, God.
my buddy happy birthday.
Thanks, sir.
55.
How about that?
And then,
55.
for Greg to sit there and act like he don't want people making on about his 55th birthday is just a hoax because I know it and y'all know it. So everybody that can hear my voice
Oh, God.
that can reach out to Greg today in some form or fashion, whether it be via text, via email, call the show, go by and see him. The boy, if people don't reach out to him and wish him a very special day today, he's gonna be butthurt.
Oh, God.
It is just how he is. We love him and adore him, but that's just how he is.
That line. When did you
So,
set
Greg,
this up?
what are you going to be getting into today? I know today's a little premature. Tomorrow's your birthday, but of course y'all don't work. You know, me being a fireman, it doesn't matter what day it is for us. We have to work on the day set aside for us, which is every third day.
Right.
Unlike radio gurus, you know what I mean?
Well, it is going to be a tough day at work. You know, I'm gonna sweat it
As I
out and
like
get
to
through
call
it.
it, Greg, I like to call it radio goo radio gaga.
I know it.
All right, Kates, let me tell you something. I know you're a hardworking fireman, okay? But I would
Serving
like
and protecting.
I'd like to know if we could go to break and come back and you sing happy birthday
Oh,
to
not
Greg.
again.
Could we do that?
All right.
Could you stand
Absolutely,
by?
man.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Gerald Cates. Gerald Cates has called to wish Greg Burgess a happy birthday.
God.
Look, first segment, protein balls and Gerald Cates.
Boy,
But
don't
your
get no better than that,
Your
does
day
it?
is starting off well.
And wish him well. Greg at rickandbubba.com.
And
Here we go.
866 We Be Big. Every phone call starts with happy birthday, Greg.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba show. I asked Gerald Cates what song you wanted me to come back with. For those of you that can't hear it, it's AC/DC and Thunderstruck. Gerald Cates is on the phone. Gerald Cates calling in to wish one Gregory Burgess a happy birthday. And Greg, if you do not know, has already received protein balls. And now Gerald Cates calling in to wish you happy birthday.
Now, I was talking to Gerald during the break, and he said that he heard Mike Rowe was coming today. He wanted to know what was so dirty about our job. I said, he's not on the show Dirty Jobs featuring us. He thought he was featuring the show on Dirty Jobs.
He could get around that restaurant. There's enough grease over there.
Yeah, no, there's a dirty job right across the hall there.
Yeah.
You like old Mike Rowe, don't you, Gerald?
Mike Rowe, but hey, I had to get the blood boiling too, and I didn't say a while ago, but let me tell you what this does. When you get up early in the morning and you head in, you get your good workout in. It's what I tell these old young boys I work with. You know, most of the boys I work with are very young, and this separates the men from the boys. You hear me? It's easy to lay up and get you a little sleepy head, but you come on in here and you get after it in the mornings. You miss the best part of the day if you miss this part of the day. And I'm going to tell you, I got to get out of here, but before I go, I'm going to do one little thing for my buddy. And then I'll make up for your birthday here a little later when we get together. But as tradition allows it, we try to, always do a little something for Greg on his birthday. And number one, fans, don't forget to call and contact him today. And Greg, I'd like to do this little special song for you this morning. You ready?
I'm ready.
Happy birthday to the real Greg Burgess. Happy birthday to the real Greg Burgess. Happy birthday to the real Greg Burgess. Rest. Happy birthday to you. Greg, all joking aside, it's been my pleasure all these years of being your friend. I hope you have the best day ever, brother. Y'all have a good and love you, boys.
There you go. Love you there,
See you,
Gerald. Good job as usual on the song. Added a little twist to it this year.
Yeah.
How about also known as the singing fireman?
I love it. Rest. Breathe. Let me see Gerald
You
Cates.
think he won't break into a song?
Oh, yeah. I
Okay, that's a good way to get it started. You did good.
I did think it was interesting. He used an emoji in a text.
Oh, wow.
He did.
I didn't think he knew what the one
earlier
was.
in the week when I reached out to him, he used an emoji to respond.
This
I was
is
like,
no
wow.
lie. And he ain't lying. I've known him my whole life. It don't matter what time he goes to bed the night before.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't change. He's going to be up at this time every day, and he's going to get on your nerves because you don't want to be up.
And he's high energy at that time,
So,
too.
and your dad was a fireman. You know when they all
Yeah.
spend the night. You
Oh,
know
yeah.
that when they're not on the call and they're actually sleeping, that he gets up and arouses everybody.
Yeah.
That's just going to be.
I got another surprise for you.
Oh, no.
Bama Mark, you want to wish
Yes.
Greg happy birthday, huh?
Yes, I want to say Greg Burgess happy birthday. Can I ask Greg, what number, how old are you birthday?
What'd he say?
He wants to know how old
How
you are.
old are you turning today?
I am 55, Mark.
Double nickel.
What do you think?
I won't call my number, but I'm right behind you.
You getting close. Hey, how's the wrestling career
There we
going?
go.
Let's just say I still got a chance to make it a big time, but I just say I'm focusing on other things because this past April I hit Big 5-0.
Oh,
And
man.
I'm turning a new chapter in my life.
New chapter.
I'm turning a new chapter in my life, but I might be Big 5-0, but hey, I'll turn on YouTube wrestling match from a big boy in the breezeway anytime.
Okay, I know you can talk
He
Bama
just
Mark.
challenged.
What's all he
He
said?
just challenged Adler to fight in the
Adler does
hallway.
jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
All right, Mark, it's on.
I'm pretty well versed in martial arts too, so anytime he wants to wrestle or grapple without throwing any licks, we can do it.
Wrestle, grapple, anytime.
So y'all can understand that?
I speak Bama Mark.
Okay.
Mark,
Wow.
good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in, buddy.
Wow.
Wish I could speak Spanish, but I can actually speak Bama Mark.
Anytime you're going to put a side head like that, just let me know.
All right, I will let
Hey,
him know. Side
now-
headlock.
Now, you
Yeah.
had mentioned Bama Mark. Do you want to sing happy birthday to Greg?
Oh, sure, I'll sing him happy birthday.
Okay, go ahead.
Happy birthday, Greg Burgess. You didn't know you're turning gray. You big double nickel.
That's pretty good, Mark.
Okay, thank
Mark,
you,
that
buddy.
was good.
There he goes.
Good to hear from Bama
Mark.
Oh,
It's still real to me, damn it.
Let me tell you something. It's been a long time. So that takes me back to the Sports Czars day. Do y'all remember when we had Bama Mark was going to wrestle Tyler the Angry Cyclist, and we were going to have a ring put up out here and everything, and he was mad. He was ready to fight.
Oh, so mad.
Oh, Bama
So
Mark.
mad.
Good to hear from Bama Mark. Been a while.
We're not going to be able to keep this pace up, but we wanted to get
You've
it going.
done well, and I appreciate it. Hey, Protein Boss, thank you, Terry.
Yeah, we got.
Hey, boys, thanks for not eating all of them, but y'all help yourself to a few.
Yeah, I got to find out who Reese or JC came in and just absolutely tore that plate a new one.
Oh yeah,
but I panicked. I did. I panicked.
It's
I was like,
tough to maintain this. I'll be honest. I think we're going to crash after that. I mean, and now wait a minute. Then the Edgar's cake.
Yeah, we got a cake coming.
Edgar's Bakery should appear.
I'm embracing the whole thing. It usually gets on my nerves, but I'm going with it.
Right.
Well, started out, and I like
Greg,
what's happened up to this point. I had Kate's with his famous song.
That's
always
right.
good to hear from Gerald.
Right.
And then Bama Mark. That's a bonus. I mean,
You know, you could tackle life like this every day if you'd like to.
yeah, I guess I could, but
I mean,
Hey, Greg.
I can't maintain
you could
it.
choose joy every day if
Can't
you'd like.
maintain
I
that.
mean, it's
Not-
there
not-
for the taking.
Not around this bunch.
Yeah, Greg.
Not around
Greg,
this
who'd
bunch.
want to do that?
Yeah, come on. There's too many people around here getting on my nerves. But today,
But today, Greg actually wants to hear from you.
I didn't
866
say
Leading
that.
Big. And
I didn't say that.
And Greg at rickandbubba.com.
That's right.
No,
That's
I
right.
don't
And
I'm just going to get a blanket thank you to everybody that's going to wish me a happy birthday because it's hard to go back to every single one of them.
yeah.
You know?
Boy,
So I'm going to go ahead and thank you. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
You want me responding to the emails? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
it's hard. You can't respond to all that.
You know, Edgar's Bakery always, tries to. It's amazing how their little artists can draw things.
Especially
on
that
there
time
and
they
all
drew
that.
Adler.
You're talking about the Van Gogh of cakes?
Yeah. But I think today, it's just going to be a simple cake with a simple message, and I think they're going to be able to pull it off. I hope so.
I hope it's a hand shooting a bird.
Well, Greg,
Did I guess it?
You're close.
who'd want to eat that hand though?
I was just guessing.
But they should.
You're close.
They should arrive here any second now. Edgar's Bakery, the official birthday cake provider for the Rick and Bubba Show. I know we're grown men and still get cakes, but today, Greg, just enjoy the cake.
Sure.
Enjoy the cake. And
Edgar
embrace
makes
it.
a good cake.
Yep.
That is a good
And know that
cake.
you'll probably be able to take half of it home to the grandkids.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Another requested song from one Greg Burgess, Shoot to Thrill, AC/DC.
Off the 1980 Back in Black album.
Right.
The first featuring Brian Johnson on vocals.
Right. And I put Jessica White on top of it for you because I knew you're
give me
such
as
a
much Jessica White as you can dig up. I'll take.
A lot of folks don't know it. That's where Stay In It came from.
Yeah.
One of the episodes.
And they were in that mud out there, slinging that mud everywhere.
They scream "Stay In It."
God, ain't nothing like good white trash.
I'm telling you. So we celebrate Greg's 55th birthday today. It's officially tomorrow, but we're not going to be with him tomorrow. So we always celebrate it on the show closest to it. And so if you were calling in 866-WE-BE-BIG.
That's old, by the way.
It's a happy birthday to Greg. A little wish that we want to give him. He's got protein balls. Gerald Cates, Bama Mark's called. We got a cake coming, and so it's a good day. It's a good day. We've also got phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I do want to get Logan. He's been on hold for a long time. Logan in Decatur, Alabama. You want to wish Greg happy birthday?
I sure do.
All right, buddy. Go ahead.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Thank you, Logan. Friend. I appreciate it. Wow, the emails.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of minions out there that think you're their hero.
Spirit animal is what they call it.
That's right.
Animal. They do.
Yeah.
I got an email last week. Greg Burgess is my spirit animal.
That's right.
Well, Logan's good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Spirit animal.
Good to talk to you, Greg.
All right, well, he's got a little
emotional about
it. Go with it.
Yeah.
He's so choked up. He's so choked up he could not.
Yeah, I had a little
get
second
held on for that.
There. I didn't. I just so the audience knows I didn't hang up.
This is the kind of response people get around their spirit animal.
We would
spirit animal. Where did you get that?
John in Missouri wants to wish you a happy birthday, Greg, and you can sing to him if you want. But go ahead, John.
Happy birthday, little Burgess.
It sounds just like him.
It's good.
That's a good one.
I love the fact he did that and just hung up.
That was a good one.
We're also only doing stories this hour that Greg wants to do. And there's a story in Florida.
Yep.
A Florida man, which I love that goes back to the Florida man thing. Florida man accused of trying to throw alligator on roof. You hear that?
Oh, yeah.
To teach it a lesson.
That's the headline.
He's going to teach the alligator a lesson. And hey, no offense, Bubba, his name, William Bubba Hodge.
William Bubba Hodge, who is 32, was taken into custody at the scene. Reported Hodges is accused of taking the alligator from an enclosure.
No.
He stomped the alligator, slammed it into an awning, and he allegedly told the officers he was trying to teach it a lesson. He's been charged with animal cruelty, which is a felony, by the way.
Yeah.
And have you seen Bubba Hodges' picture?
Hey,
he looks just like you think he would.
Right.
And by the way, the alligator was returned to the Congo River Gulf.
Well,
I don't know what that means, but that's where it went.
Well, he's not bothered anymore.
Bubba Hodge does not like alligators.
No,
he would like to teach them all a lesson.
Just all of them. All of them a lesson.
Don't you know the police when they questioned him? He goes, I was trying to teach it a lesson.
Yeah.
Oh, well, all right, Bubba Hodge.
Yeah. You probably wonder why, the 911 dispatchers and all that sometimes have a little bit of an attitude.
Oh.
I can't imagine the calls that they get. They're trying to get information. Hey, quit stammering around. What's going on? Picture that call. I got a guy threw an alligator up on the roof.
Yeah.
Did y'all get here?
Yeah, get the police. He's trying to teach it a lesson.
Golly. But again, it starts with Florida man.
Yeah.
Florida man.
Look at him.
Yep.
Bubba Hodge, ladies
there
and
he
gentlemen.
is. There's old Bubba.
Bubba got some issues.
Mm-hmm. And if you're just joining us, like you
not
just
our
turned,
Bubba,
not our Bubba. This
not
is
our
Bubba Hodge
right.
who doesn't like alligators.
Bubba's issues are chocolate covered peanut butter balls.
Yeah,
really chocolate covered anything.
Yeah.
Chocolate does add a lot.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Even if it's just painted on there, like you said.
Painted
yesterday.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was showing how the thickness was mostly peanut butter. Any peanut butter is not a health food, but that particular type's really not.
Right.
Because it ain't like it was just pure peanut butter.
We got to go to Jake.
When you're breaking down the ratios.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know. We got to go to Jake. He can't stay on here long. Jake wants to wish you happy birthday at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Everybody's wanting to sing to you, too. What's up, Jake?
Hey, mama's boy.
There he is.
You got that retirement home picked out.
Yeah, I'm getting close, ain't I there, Jake? You want to fight?
We'll wheel you in there pretty soon.
No,
Oh.
All right. I can still take you, though, Jake. Don't worry about
Happy
it.
birthday, mama's boy.
Thank you there. Oh, my God.
I do, too.
Hey, Hey, don't get mad.
I mean,
Don't let Jake ruin it
that's
for
the way
you.
me and Jake talk to each other. You know that. It's been going on for years.
Something about though when he calls, your left eye starts twitching a little bit.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, it's that tone. I got to give him. If he wants to get under my skin, he's good at it. And that's his goal.
It is.
So I understand.
He has a great tone about a smart.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
I understand.
Hey, mama's boy.
I understand for your birthday weekend, it's all about the grandkids.
Yes, they're all coming up.
Well,
It'll be great.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I love. All right, so
All three of them.
we were telling everybody earlier in the hour that you and Rich Wingo have just one day apart from y'all's
Yes.
birthday. And we were walking back, and he said, "Okay, this is what I've declared for my birthday weekend." I was like, "What you got?" He said, "All right, I want both my boys to come over with their family, grandkids, and everything, and I've declared spend the night party."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "We've ordered 2 dozen Krispy Kreme donuts." He loves ice cream. You know, we've talked about the fact he sat there and ate an
I
entire
watched him eat
cake,
a cake
one time.
yeah, entire cake.
He said, "I want ice cream," and he just listed everything that he wanted, plus the spend the night party.
Yeah.
And he declared, "It's my birthday, and that's what I want." Have you declared anything like that around the house?
Well, listen, this is a given that they were all coming up to
Right.
celebrate. So, yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Yeah, here they come, Mr. Buddy.
Oh, yeah, he'll be there. Marty will probably be there.
Lisa sent out a picture on her Instagram
Oh,
of
yeah, I saw that.
of Marty and Mr. Buddy standing at the back door looking at her.
in.
Yeah, and that owned me because of the stories you've told about Marty just showing up.
Well, the other day I'm sitting there and I'm like in the foyer
Mm-hmm.
on my phone, and all of a sudden I hear the door open coming out of the garage.
Yeah.
And it must have not been shut good. And there goes Buddy, who's not an indoor dog, who never comes in unless he's scared of something.
Yeah.
And behind him's Marty, and they're just walking through the house, inside the house,
well,
looking around.
they want to know where Daddy was.
And they just let themselves in.
How quick did you get them out?
Oh, I had to get them out. I had to get food and bribe them out.
Oh.
They didn't want to go out. That
Is
air
it-
conditioning felt good, I guess.
Yeah, they were like, "Wow, this is pretty cool up in here."
Yeah.
Huh? Anyway, we celebrate Greg today. 55. 55. I got stories here that are going to make you mad, and I don't know if I'm going to do them.
I'll
Greg,
go with it.
because I know how you are. I mean, you don't want to get in a bad mood today, and so there's a lot
No,
here.
I'm not
even
gonna let
though,
it happen.
even though if it
Y'all
was,
expect it, so
if
I'm
it
gonna
was
go the
our
opposite.
if it was our birthday, we'd want you to get mad and sound off, but we know it's your birthday,
Yeah.
so we're not going to do that to you. I promise. 866 We Be Big. The phone calls are continuing to come in. The winner, as well as Barbecue Smoke Neck, are on the phones at 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Charles in Alabama. He wants to wish you a happy birthday. What's up, Charles?
Happy birthday, Greg. Hey, you guys. I hope y'all have a wonderful, beautiful, marvelous, lovely day.
Oh,
Thank you, Charles. We got some good
Charles.
singers in the audience.
I'm
I've
telling
noticed.
you, look at that. Let's go to Peyton, who's in Pensacola, calling, wanting to wish you happy birthday. Peyton, go ahead.
Hey, happy birthday, Greg. I hope you have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Shout out. You're welcome. I want to shout out y'all on the iHeartRadio because I joined the military and I'm not at home, and it's great to be able to listen to the Rick and Bubba show again. And happy birthday one more time.
All right, thank you very much. Glad
for
you
your
get to
service.
listen.
Yeah, thank you for your service,
I
Peyton.
feel like he's got his act together.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
oh, you know he does.
He got to the point, got it done.
Yeah,
moved
good phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know why I think I label you by what the quality phone you have, because
Well-
that's only, cell service wise.
His whole presentation was just
Yeah.
Y'all heard
top
about Mark's
shelf.
phone, right?
Yeah.
So you're not far off.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing.
That's a good point. That's a good comparison.
I mean,
Let's go to Matt. Matt's calling. Matt, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
hey, Matt.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Thank you very much.
I got you a video you need to look up. It's called 55. That's with a SH 55.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It'll get on your nerves. You'll hate it. So,
Well, thank you for exposing me to it.
I love. Can I tell you something? I love how the audience thinks sending you stuff that'll get on your nerves is a good thing.
But
for
I
you.
get it, by the way.
Yeah.
I get it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. A lot of other things out there. Trying to stay away from.
let's move on to
Well, but
something
I'm
else.
just trying to stay away from things that are going to bring us down or get us mad, and that's the majority of the stories today.
Well-
But the Florida man teaching the alligator a lesson by throwing it on the roof, that was
I
okay.
wonder if it learned a lesson.
I don't think it did, Greg. I don't think it did. I think Bubba did, the guy that threw it up there.
Yeah.
'Cause
After
he
you
found
got
him-
charged with a felony.
Yeah. We're right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 10 minutes till top of the hour. Now the request from Greg Burgess.
That's right.
We got Black Smoke Rising by Greta Van Fleet. And yeah, I'm with you. Their latest album's a little weird to me.
It is.
But I mean, there's some good stuff in it. Some little hidden gems there, but it's
it's
not like this one completely all the way through. But we love some Greta Van Fleet. And I know, Greg, you love some Helix Sleep.
I do.
Did you get a good night's sleep last night?
I did. I call it Helix Sleep, and it was good.
Yep. You got said a good night's sleep. You call it Helix Sleep?
Yeah, I misread the clock at 12 something. Thought it said 2 something. Thought I was getting up, and then I realized, hey, it's 12. You can climb back in the Helix mattress and go back to sleep. And that's
since it was officially your birthday, because it was after 12, was that like a little gift to you that you could go back to sleep, or did you wish you just stayed asleep? Because I like to
wake up and go back. If it's within 2 hours of getting it. Now, if it's 15, 20 minutes, no.
Yeah.
But if you look and you got a couple hours.
I know there's a condition, because I actually brought up Helix Sleep to a buddy of mine, Pete, who said that if he ever wakes up, he's up. He can't go back to sleep. And it's actually a condition, and I forget what it's called.
I hope I don't ever get that.
But he's like, man, if I wake up at all, I can't go back to sleep. It's over. And I'm like, well, what about Helix Sleep? Do you have a Helix Sleep mattress? What are you talking about? So then I kind of did this commercial with him. But it's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Great company from North Carolina. And right now, you can save $200 on your new mattress. So, you don't have to wait any longer about, getting that mattress that you want, because we're going to give you a lot of reasons why you should. You take a simple little quiz to see what type of sleep, what style of sleep that you like. Soft, medium, firm mattresses, even a Helix Plus mattress, depending on your size. They offer all that, and by your little survey there, they know what fits you the best. And then you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save $200 plus get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. There's nothing to lose, a lot to win there at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get an amazing night's sleep like Bubba or like Greg does, and you can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. But he seriously straight up says, I don't care if it's 12:30 at night, 1, whatever. If I wake up, I cannot go back to sleep.
The inability to fall back asleep after waking up is medically known as sleep maintenance insomnia.
There it is.
Wow.
So that's what he's got.
Sleep maintenance
SMI.
insomnia.
Yep, he's got SMI, sleep maintenance insomnia.
He's like, man, I said, buddy, I bet you don't ever wake up to use the bathroom, do you? I mean, I would pee 10 times before I go to sleep.
I know, because that's going to happen, especially when you're 55.
He said he really does struggle with that.
So if he gets up to pee, he's up.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
He is up. I got another story here for you, Greg, because I know we're only doing lighthearted stories. I don't want you to ever get DBS. DBS. Do you know what
I don't
DBS
like anything that
for?
goes by some type of acronym or whatever disease. It's never good.
Yeah, we don't want a syndrome.
No,
no.
None of that.
Do you know what DBS?
No, I don't.
Dead butt syndrome.
Dead butt syndrome.
Yep, dead butt.
What's
Now,
the results of a dead butt?
I know that you call people dead butts.
Yeah,
quit being a dead butt.
Yeah.
Dead butt is
dead. DEAD.
Yes.
Not dad.
Dead.
It did
like
sound
I'm
like you said dad that last time.
We all got dad butts.
I've got a dad butt.
Yeah.
Well, dad bod maybe. Not dead butt. But dead, like I'm alive and dead.
Yeah.
It's a syndrome that in the medical community they kind of go back and forth with doctor to doctor, because us doctors. Anyway, it's about people that get like numbness in their butt, pain, maybe tingling in their butt from sitting too much.
Guys, I drive 3 hours a day round trip. I probably have dead butt.
Yeah.
I can't even feel his chair right now.
You got DBS, Greg.
Yeah, that's right.
I am a candidate, though.
Sore.
Sorry.
Dang it.
Did you see Speedy's mouth moving with
Could you rub my butt? I sat on it so much it's a little sore.
You need to put that away. You hear me? You need to keep that.
Whatever you want, it's your birthday.
If
you want me to keep it, I'll keep it. So we've all experienced the tingling, the numbness, the pain from sitting too much. That's what it's called.
We thought the pandemic was bad.
Yeah.
Dead butts.
I mean,
then it shows up.
It's an informal term that doctors use in the medical community.
That's why a lot of times in here I'll just stand up during the show, trying to work out that DBS.
Yeah, every now and then my watch will tell me, hey, you need to stand, buddy. You've been sitting too long. Like I have to have my watch to tell me that. I know that you didn't.
I'm glad you
appreciate hearing that.
Did it tell you when to eat?
Let's go to Terry in Talladega. Hadn't heard from him in a while.
Terry
wants to wish you happy birthday, Greg.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Hey, thank you, Terry. Good to hear from you.
Good to talk to y'all as well. Hey, I got a radio question for you guys, too. Have you guys, it's been that you guys have a lot of experience in radio, have you ever listened to someone's voice and picture with a like you're usually way off? You know how it is, Greg. You talk to a girl on the phone, sounds like a princess. You meet her, she's a Peggy.
Oh, yeah. We get that a lot, and I don't know if it's a compliment. I don't think it is when they go, you don't look like I thought you did. I get that a lot, and I'm like,
I'm usually way off. So have a great weekend, Greg.
Terry, thank you. Princess to a Peggy, he said.
Let's go to Jeremy.
No offense
really,
to the Peggies.
Pensacola's showing out today. They really want to wish you happy birthday.
Pensacola.
Jeremy, what's up?
Hey, Greg.
What's up?
Hey, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You look like a monkey and you smell like a shoe.
When I was a kid,
thank you, buddy,
and you would have a birthday party,
yeah,
your friends always had little rhymes like that they would add to them while they were singing happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
You smell like a skunk and all that. They would throw it in thing.
Yeah.
Kind of reminded me of that.
We haven't been, because of COVID, all the birthdays since all this happened, we haven't been blowing out candles because, we didn't want everybody spitting on the cake.
Yeah.
Which really, I don't know if you'd ever want somebody spitting on the cake. But do you want to just maybe sing happy birthday to you and you not blow anything out today?
Yeah.
I know
spit on the cake.
I know this Delta variant, it's got you a little bit of.
Well, I got every day all you see is vaccinated people catching it, so I don't want.
How about that story I gave you this morning?
I know.
Well, close to home.
The rumor that it's all about population control, so I guess all of us have got there eventually going to take us out.
A pretty well known.
It's certainly helping their argument, the conspiracist argument, for sure.
NFL Network's Rich Eisen says he has tested positive for COVID-19 despite being vaccinated. He took to Instagram to deliver a message to his followers on why he isn't working, and he said, I've got COVID again, or I've got it, and I've been vaccinated. So there's that. But, yeah, this Delta variant has got one Greg Burgess. It's got him alert.
You're concerned.
It's showing up on the radar.
I'll say this. What did we? I guess it was last year we started the whole Joe Diffie conversations.
Yeah.
And that's when we knew you were serious about the entire thing.
Well, a lot of unknown things.
Early on, you took it more serious than the rest of us probably should have.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. But I have noticed not the same level of concern, but it's getting close.
Now, what it is, it's not. Golly, guys, aren't y'all done with this? Now if it keeps on, we're gonna put masks back on in stores. All that's gonna come back.
Yeah. L.A.
It's more of that. I'm just like, here we go again.
L.A. County is the first to reimpose indoor mask requirements.
Well, now them doing it.
They're going to do it probably to 2030, whether we have it or not.
Well, there's teachers union in California has already come out. They made an announcement a while back. Despite what the CDC says, kids are going to go back to school with masks on. So they really kind of do their own thing anyway. But that's the first major city to announce that indoor requirements.
Being able to
make
that rule
exactly.
they want.
I know part of Texas is requiring certain procedure now too. They're not requiring masks, but it's like they're going back to some of the things that's work, kind of settle things down from time to time.
Look, we're making it up as we go.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry you brought this up on your birthday.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, that's okay. We're good.
I'm good.
We're good. It's a discussion we're having. Part of it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
find the link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new show is rolling. We're rolling. Brand new hour, kickoff hour already happened. If you got to enjoy that, hope you did. We start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us as we unpack another day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Today we celebrate, it's actually tomorrow, was the day that the real Greg Burgess was given to the world. What a gift it was for us all. Greg turns 55 tomorrow. Edgar's Bakery has given us a cake for the little baby brother that we'll enjoy, and we'll have that birthday celebration here today. Interns, the winner in barbecue smoke deck from Rick and Bubba University, they take your phone calls today, and across the way there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in and grab a chair on the porch.
My love. Go with it. Shoot them to this rock and roll crowd. All right, let's go, boys. Somebody say photograph. Well, I don't want you. I don't need you. Well, all I got is a photograph. It's not enough. It's not enough. How you like that?
I played that for baby brother.
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
Greg gets to pick the bed music
you get to
today.
pick one of my favorites
That's
there.
one of our
Wow. I won't
birthday traditions.
I won't play anything off of stereo, I'll tell you that. Watch it. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Greg.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. You know what I'm thankful for today? My baby brother.
Rick, so I think when Mom brought me home, you weren't, but it
No,
took
I
you
wasn't. They said when I was almost two, when they brought Greg home. Didn't speak to Mom for days.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have anything to do with it.
Mad.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Hey, who's this you bringing in?
That's this guy.
And, of course, I was probably a little more clairvoyant than we thought.
You may have been on to
But
something.
that was quite a bit of wisdom for a little 1 3/4.
Yeah. So far today for bed music, he's requested 2 AC/DCs and 1 Greta Van Fleet that we've played so
Okay,
far.
all right.
Yep.
Well, I knew Photograph he considers to be one of the greatest rock songs of all time.
Oh, yeah.
It's great.
God, it's good.
Greg the Bull Olsen brought it to the house. It was just change. I mean, it changed it all.
Right,
Yeah.
and then only Greg will come to this conclusion, Bubba. I think you can follow this, okay? Because you've known Greg long enough. He actually accepted Def Leppard's Hysteria album, and then later got on himself for liking it.
Well, at the time, it
You know
was
what?
actually,
Listen, I understand that.
it was the
'Cause
first.
I have to do that a lot now.
Yeah.
It was the first CD I'd ever got.
Right.
My, when CDs were just
Yeah,
coming.
right.
And it sounded really good. But when I was okay with it at the time.
I know.
But now when I look back, you give me High and Dry, the album before Pyromania, and then give me Pyromania, and Hysteria just too poppy. Compared to the other
But you
two.
liked
I think
it.
High and Dry may be the best out of all three.
But you liked it, but then later in life got on yourself for liking it.
Yeah, I've done that with movies too.
Well, yeah. Well, we've all done that.
But
So,
I mean, I don't hate Hysteria.
Yeah.
But it's almost I like them with the less pop sound.
Yeah, great. But remember what I'm saying is now. So it's one thing for you to be on yourself for something that you liked at one time. Now, there's many things I once liked that God got on me about.
Yeah,
but as far so you even came to your own conclusion.
Yeah.
That you were like, you know what? I don't think that was me.
Now it does fall under this. It does fall into this category though. Those songs done live, I can tolerate them. Like if I was at a concert and they play them, it's okay.
You're saying Mutt Lang overproduced it.
He did. There it is.
Okay, I got you.
So
They're much better live.
this is the world of Greg Burgess. There's a lot of rules that Greg
So many.
puts on himself
Yeah.
to follow as far as what he likes.
Oh yeah.
So it delving in and understanding
I love
those
it.
as a friend is always challenging.
But
Yeah.
yet if you
And it used to be simple. He didn't like military bands.
right.
He didn't like puppet to human
I
interaction.
relaxed on that a little bit.
And he didn't like sequels.
No.
And that was really easy to follow. But there's so
Yeah, there's
many
so much
more
more. Right.
gray area out
Well,
there.
and I've tweaked some of that. The sequels, it depends on what kind of sequel it is.
Right.
Or is it good? Am I continuing the story and it's legit?
Yeah.
Or am I just throwing one together because we sold a lot of tickets and I'm trying now we're getting a little more zany.
Right.
Beverly Hills Cop's a prime example.
Here we go.
Prime Lethal Weapon, prime example.
Yeah.
Those are
really
the ones you liked.
No,
Oh, those are the ones you didn't
dislike.
like. Okay.
Dislike.
ones I like are the Rocky series. They did it right. I'll give you Halloween 1 and Halloween 2.
Oh, look at that.
How about that? But you won't go beyond that.
No, if the first one ended and you said, man, I wish I knew what happened to these people, and you can get them all back together and give me a little extension, then I'm good with it.
But you hate when it's just a restart.
Smokey and the Bandits.
we've
Smokey
tried to
and the
find a
Bandit
character-
1 for the 70s was maybe the greatest movie of all time in my book. But Smokey and Bandit 2 and God
Right.
forbid 3.
Right. I don't even.
Ridiculous. Won't watch them.
But you're okay with shows streaming with new seasons because they
Oh,
continue
yeah,
that.
that's what.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. All
That's
about
different.
You're talking about movies.
Movies.
Would
And
you-
if you
Greg
can
doesn't like-
continue the storyline, The Godfather, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Three, maybe a little much,
If I can jump over to puppet human interaction,
I backed off that.
Have
I
you
just,
really?
No,
So-
I don't like it. I just refuse to
Right.
acknowledge
Can
it.
you
grandkids.
watch the series Alf?
No, I don't. No. Never interested in that.
No.
Or a cartoon with human.
So you're not
Like
going to
the
watch.
Scooby-Doo
Roger Rabbit.
movies and all that.
Roger Rabbit.
So you're not going to go to
Scooby-Doo.
Space Jam 2 tonight?
No.
Okay.
No way.
Nope.
But
No
what
way,
if-
no how.
Didn't
What
like
if
the
one of the
first one.
grandkids want to go to it?
Then we'll watch it.
Yeah,
If Ellis wants to do it right now, he'll want to watch Toy Story, which is good, and Up, which he calls Russell. That's the character.
He just calls the movie Russell.
Yeah.
Okay. Does he still sing "You Got a Friend in Me"?
Oh yeah, no, he loves You Got a Friend in Me.
right.
Ooh.
Will he kind of go along with you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if you play it in the car, you've messed up because he wants to hear it over and over.
Okay.
Friend of me, Papa. Okay. Boom. Here we go again for
well-
the 10th time.
Well,
I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all.
No.
Makes you happy?
Because it's not a very irritating song. At least it's not like
Well,
Baby Shark or something.
Right.
Like
Well,
that.
yeah. At least it's Randy Newman.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a good little group. Yeah.
Right. All right. 15 minutes past the hour. Greg, see if you can get him to like "I Love L.A." by Randy Newman.
I bet he would. Same voice, He'll think it's Woody singing.
Oh yeah. All right, 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big. So happy birthday to Greg. And thank you, Edgar's Bakery, for another wonderful birthday cake for the Rick and Bubba gang. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Still to come on the program. You know, to me, this guy just fits in that category. That's a guy I'd like to hang out with. And that's Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe, the world's dirtiest jobs. And I think first time he came on the scene, didn't he have he was the spokesperson for one of the truck brands out there or something? Mike Rowe, his show, Somebody's Got to Do It, is now available on PureFlex, the streaming site. So we'll talk to him about what's going on in the life of Mike Rowe coming up a little bit later on in the program. Also, yesterday, Bubba and I recorded another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That is available for your consumption tomorrow. We dove into the world of college athletes in the NIL. We spoke to one of our NIL agreements, Trent Howard, redshirt freshman and rising offensive lineman at Clemson. We talked to him about a lot of things, playing his first college season during a pandemic and the thrill of that, how are we handling the pandemic now coming up. But then we dove into the world of NIL. And he's on the front row at a big-time football program, and he says, hey, the gate has dropped, and the stampede is on. There are people cutting deals everywhere you turn, and there's big money. I mean, so if you'd like to hear that, it'll be available coming up this weekend. So enjoy that. We start out with what it's like to go from high school to a big-time college program, the recruiting process, then the NIL world.
It was very interesting.
It was.
I could have talked to Trent for about another hour.
Yeah.
It was very insightful. And a lot of things we talked about. He shared a lot of it. It's a whole new world out there, and it's very interesting how this will play out. And the marketplace will swing hither for, and it'll find its high water mark where it needs to be at some point. But it's wild, wild west right now.
It is. I will tell you, we've got a lot of them coming in for these very alluring Rick and Bubba NIL deals. A couple of T-shirts, a spatula, and $100. And
hey, get you on the board. Rick,
well, Trent Howard, he didn't say this on the podcast because he didn't want to stir any animosity at the school. But he said that a guy there just signed a deal that was over six figures. It was six figures in that six-figure world. And he said, but I told him, hey, look at this. I got a spatula.
Look over here.
Take that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I tell you one, Bubba, I know we got to consider some other NILs because our budget is limited. I know that it's rare that you just draw a line and say, I got to tell you something. I'm laying it down that I want this kid. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that's the backup punter at a small school. We've got a backup punter at a school, and if I could just play one, hey, I've been here for 27 years. I got to have this guy.
I got to have him.
I got to have the backup punter.
Well,
Rick, you are on the logo.
We're extending some of those invitations right now. We'll have more next week we can tell you about. But I totally agree with you. Right. And one that we did extend yesterday was to Helen Claire Edmonds, who is the high jumper at Mississippi State.
Yes.
And I'm reading my writing right.
Yeah.
And, she had the very funny email about how she would love to represent the show, to the tens of people that might be at a track and field event at Mississippi State.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that wins with us.
That it went right to the top. Yeah. So, but we have a lot of other ones in the hopper. We're trying to work through that. And she has her paperwork and has submitted it to the authorities that have to okay it. Now, what's funny about this too, Rick, and this is one of the things, it gets weird because the university can really have nothing to do with this.
Right.
Okay, this has to be totally outside. They can't wear their uniform while they're doing it. So,
or anything.
But who they are and who they play for is who they are. But the university can't have anything to do with it for as setting deals up or whatever, but the university has to keep up with what they're doing.
Right.
So they have to send it to somebody to have on record. So it's this real funny thing. Even the athletes are like, why? And back to Trent, boy, they've got sounds like a pretty neat system. All the players already have an app, and they just upload any deals they get. And it goes right to compliance.
It goes to compliance.
Yeah.
Do you realize this? He told us, we asked him, did our deal have to go to the app through compliance? He said, yes. The Rick and Bubba NIL contract was approved by Clemson.
And well, now, Rick, here's the thing. I asked him, I said, was it approved? And he said, well, it hasn't been rejected, so it's considered approved until they reject it.
That is correct.
But he said they've had to go to meetings on this. Like I said, they've all had to load apps on their phones about it.
Yeah.
And this is every athlete. This is from the row team, the archery team, all the way up to the starting quarterback. Yeah. So it's it's crazy.
Yeah. It's very interesting. So catch that podcast.
I say good
this
for the
weekend.
kids.
So is Trent the first offensive lineman at Clemson to get an NIL deal? Do you know?
Now that I don't know. Yeah,
I bet he
said the thing with offensive line. He said this early. He said in the beginning, everybody just wants to give us free barbecue,
right?
In return for us doing something at their restaurant.
Who's complaining about that?
We know, and I told him, and they're already on this. Arkansas, their offensive line went in together to do a deal with a barbecue place. Yeah. And I think the offensive line, if they go in together, they're going to have a lot more power than if they were just individual players.
Can I tell you one thing that I meant?
Why doesn't a moving company get the offensive line?
Yeah.
See, that is just
get to them with a couch coming by.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Like a toothpick.
Yeah.
How about there was one thing that he brought up, and I thought it really would have been interesting for the podcast, and I didn't follow up on it. We went in another direction.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been interesting, especially for those of you out there that have kids that you're trying to figure out the whole thing about football and all the things going on. Is that here is a guy who was recruited pretty heavily at 6'4", 270, and good feet. When he was playing high school, he started getting people kicking the tires on him even as a sophomore, and ended up you'll hear his story how he ended up at Clemson. But he said the very first time he played football, he hated it, and he did not ever want to play it again, and that was Little League. Mm-hmm. And I meant to go down that road and say, what would you say?
No, that wasn't one of your teams.
No.
Okay.
Matter of fact,
double check.
Matter of fact, my team beat that team. His dad was coaching.
Yeah.
But anyway, so anyway, I don't want to get into that because it's not about me. But I
kind of want to interview Johnny now about all that.
Well, Johnny was on the other side of the field. Of course, he got it handed to him. But is that I would have liked to have said, here's a guy that obviously was going to have. And he did. He was like a lot of them. He grew later. He wasn't.
Right,
he wasn't this big. He would not have been like you look at him Little League and go, "Gosh, there's a big kid." It wasn't that at all. Matter of fact, he wasn't that big at all. But he got huge in like 7th, 8th grade. Started going there when he hit puberty. But I would have liked to have said, "Hey man, can I just straight up for all of us out there that volunteer and try to coach Little League, why did you hate it?" Mm-hmm. And it might have just been as simple as it was hot and they were and it was miserable. And there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, and I'm not used to it. This is the first time I'm exposed to this kind of thing.
But I think if he would say, well, I'll tell you what, if this, and this, something that like if you were coaching, you could change.
Right. But I think it does go back to they're all so different. You know, he didn't, but then you have some kids that love it. And he probably took a year or something off and then came back and was like, all right, now I like it.
Well, he said he started, and I had the same experience, by the way. That he didn't really like football till he was on the 7th grade team.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
the same way. I didn't.
Yeah, I hated Little League football too.
Okay.
It was miserable.
It's horrible.
And it's when I got on the 7th grade team. I had to be talked into being on the 7th grade team because Little League football was so miserable. I never want to play it again.
Right.
But there's some things maybe you can't change. Maybe football's just not a very good Little League sport.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us. Much to do on the program as we go forward. Let's point you to Car Shield right now because I don't want you to be out on the road and have one of these alerts, these lights come on indicating that your automobile has problems. I don't want you to be in that situation and you go, uh-oh, my automobile's not under warranty anymore. I'm in a bind.
Rut roll.
That's going to be $1,500 minimum. But if you're under the Car Shield and it's a covered repair, it will be paid directly to an ASE certified mechanic of your choice or the dealership, whichever one you prefer. And then you get a rental car at no extra charge to you, and you just keep on rolling. Also, it comes with roadside assistance 24/7 if you're under one of the Car Shield protection plans. So call 1-800-665-2157. If you mention the code Bubba, you'll save 10%. You also can go to carshield.com, use the code Bubba. That will also save you 10%. There's also a link to Car Shield by going to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that link right there under the sponsors button. Go ahead and get your automobile protected with Car Shield if it is no longer under a warranty. Bubba, we have a Joe Biden update.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
And Rick, I want people to make note because I know some people think, well, y'all are just against Biden. Everything he says, you're already dead on arrival.
Pretty much.
I said, well, when I don't agree with it, yes.
Sure.
But yesterday he finally said something that I wholeheartedly agreed with.
Yes.
And I support the president.
So did we finally get him to denounce communism?
We finally did almost a week after the uprisings in Cuba. Uba, the workers' paradise.
Yeah, so here is President Biden.
Communism is a failed system, universally failed system. And I don't see socialism as a very useful substitute, but that's another story.
I agree with that. Now let's actually implement that and quit acting like you don't believe the last part.
Yeah, that would be helpful because this is important because, you know, some of the things that you but did he ever tie this together? Because Babylon B, they're saying Cuba officially promoted to not real communism. Is he saying?
So again, let me be clear. Joe Biden says communism is a failed system, universally failed system. I don't see socialism as a very useful substitute, which socialism is just communism light.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So I agree with President Biden. President Biden has said something that we agree with. And
it's about a week late.
Well, but he has said it.
I'll take it.
I'm like you though. I also want to see him hate communism and say that socialism is not a good substitute. I want to see him govern that way in a constitutional republic.
Just say it. Not just say it.
Then stop taking us down the road to a place you say we shouldn't go.
Right. Rick, also we were talking yesterday about what can the U.S. do militarily to help the people of Cuba. And I had mentioned, nice shirt, thank you, sir. Anytime I see Bucky,
sure,
that that we're trying to figure out the best way to do it without getting the people of Cuba killed in mass numbers. And many people had emailed and said, "Hey, maybe they're willing to die for freedom." And I said, "Well, you literally have to get to that point before you can have a successful, democracy or successful freedom." So. But I do think, even though it may not be in the news and headlines every day, that President Biden, along with Republican leaders, are doing some things behind the scenes we don't know about yet to help them out.
Could be. I got the same email.
I feel pretty confident in that.
I got the same email when someone said the same thing. Maybe some of them will get the resolve that they may have to die for the greater cause. And I said, well, if that happens, they'll sound an awful lot like the people that founded this country.
Right. But also we're trying to think, how do you do this in the best way?
Right.
It's you can't just go in there and lay rubble.
No.
That doesn't help.
And you want to minimize
out.
The people.
Not that it didn't already. If you ever saw, and I've seen several of these videos, when the media goes in, when they open flights back, or they have a baseball game there, or they have a dignitary that tours Cuba.
Yeah.
You see one Cuba. But then when you have people that go in on their own and do it, and they show you off the main street, and they show you where other people are living and the medical care they're getting and all that kind of stuff, it's a totally different world. Of course, you're getting a facade that is put up by the communist government. That's what they do. So, here we're exposed to a lot of times the ugliness of democracy, and it can be ugly. It's not a pretty thing at times, but it's still the best deal going.
Yes.
By far.
Well, like we said on the air, and I saw some people agreeing with it even on social media, thank you for that the worst day in a constitutional republic is still far superior to the best day under communism.
Now, Mark Rubio has a special interest in this. Of course, his parents fled from Cuba, and then he has come here to live the American dream, rising all the way to U.S. Senator and ran for president at one time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was really good on his part. After the Black Lives Matter group came out and backed the communist government, basically blamed the U.S. for everything that was going on wrong in Cuba, like they blame the U.S. for everything that goes wrong anywhere else. Mark Rubio put out on Twitter, "My office stands ready to help the leaders of Black Lives Matter organizations immigrate to Cuba."
Yeah, if the founders and the leaders of the organization Black Lives Matter, if they really believe that Cuba and communism is the best government, you can go live under communism now if they'll let you in. So Rubio says he's willing to let anybody in that movement that truly believes that, he'll help them immigrate to Cuba. And they can live under all that if that's what they prefer.
Hey, if it's so dandio, head on out.
You may love it, but it's probably more likely based on the houses you keep buying and the money you keep making here in the Constitutional Republic. It's probably not going to be as nice as the life you're living now. And like I say, even with all the warts that our country has, still your freedom here, even with the ones we've given up, we still got a lot of them that are pretty important, and we need to really concentrate on not giving those up.
Yeah.
Another story that I got to laughing when I saw this yesterday. I don't remember if I sent this to you or not, but did you see where it looks like maybe the Simpsons have predicted another future event?
Yeah.
Is this beginning to get a little creepy to y'all?
Well, they're saying that in a 2014 episode, they have Richard Branson in space.
Did you see the actual drawing of him floating around? And it looks very similar to the spaceship that he was on. Of course, some of this was already in the plans, and everybody knew that. With the was it the Rutan brothers that actually designed that to begin with and won the X Prize, and then they sold it to Sir Richard shortly after that. But Rick, put it back up, Adam. Did you see it?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, they've got him floating around in space. But again, like you said, and some of the stuff they've done there. But what's happening is when they're writing these episodes, they already know that Richard Branson and some of these guys are trying to get to space, and it's parallel thinking. But it still looks wild that they actually have in a 2014 episode almost the identical scene that we see with Richard Branson in space when he goes, wait.
Yeah, that's funny, and I'll tell you another one tied to this. Now, I think what really happens is they say so many things on the show.
Yeah.
And so many things tongue-in-cheek and show so many clips that by the sheer volume, they're going to get some of them right. You know, you remember the Trump being president was one of them that they were known for.
Yeah.
So there's another episode where Lisa Simpson becomes president of the United States. She follows Trump as the president, and it has her behind the podium wearing a certain outfit. It happens to look exactly like the outfit that Kamala Harris is wearing when she was sworn in. I thought that was kind of ironic, too.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to admit it's kind of odd.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they predict the future. We need to go to the Simpson episodes to know how to live our life. I'm not saying that, but it is kind of weird.
You know, if you know, so there it is. So there's Kamala Harris, and there's definitely some similarities there. But wouldn't you kind of back to this again? Yeah, the necklace is. But wouldn't you you say just about every? I know I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but every time a female needs to dress up to be an authoritative look or don't they all kind of come out of that same category? I mean, there's different colors and
on our
different
state,
things.
it's usually red.
You're right. Ain't no doubt about it. But that still is funny. It is.
And that was the one that followed President Trump.
Yep.
Long before Trump ever ran.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
As a matter of fact, in one episode, they have a young girl that's taking horse riding lessons. It's really gets close to home here.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Waking on their blubber.
866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Bubba, did you know last night I had the honor of heading over. Now, Speedy, you're a Mississippi guy.
Yes, sir.
Neshoba County.
Okay.
You familiar with Neshoba?
I've heard of it. I'm not that familiar with it.
Neshoba. Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Oh, Philadelphia. Yeah, okay.
Home of Marcus Dupree. So, Greg, guess what I drove right past? Scuba.
Oh, Scuba.
Went
Scuba.
by Titletown.
There you
Went
go.
right by the stadium. And you know what I did? When I went by, I started roaring.
You see it right there from the road.
East Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
When I went by and I looked at that stadium and I saw Titletown.
Thought I heard about the lamb. They was a lamb. So I just started growling like a lamb.
Right by Mississippi Community College, went right by.
That always brings a smile to my face.
It
when I hear
does.
that.
So they actually this is what's kind of cool. I love people of action. Okay, and of course everybody kept calling him Speedy, Billy James, and you can probably guess what Billy looks like.
Thanks.
So
every bald guy doesn't look alike.
Right, well, but there's our line guy. So I went right by the stadium there in Scuba, and Billy James, and I remember when he first, this whole thing with what we've been through with the pandemic and all this kind of stuff. So and a lot there were men that came out last night who listened to the show and just wanted to tell them hello, and they were all shouting out different stuff in the show, which was cool. And they listen. Most of them listen off of 97.9 out of Meridian. There you go. But others, when they say they get out of the range, they get into the TuneIn app and the podcasts and YouTube and all that stuff. So really, people who listen in all kinds of ways. It looks, Speedy, there's your twin.
There he is.
So
Billy, he's a go-getter right there.
He definitely could be an uncle, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
So I love this idea. So what Billy did, and he said, we've been looking for a long, long time as an association. It's the Neshoba County Baptist Association.
Okay.
All the different Baptist churches in and around that area. So he said, we've tried to find stuff for men's ministry. You can't find it. And he said, so I'm listening to the show one day, and I hear about the manchurch.com, so I get all fired up, and I think this is it. Can't wait to do it. Let's get organized, and we're all ready to go, and then here comes the pandemic. And he goes, and I just thought, well, you can't even have I'm telling you, hey, Billy, your problem was you thought you could have something. So anyway, he has grinded, and he has been methodical, and he got a date, and he even said, because that's some of you saying, well, how did I know you were in this area? Well, Billy said for us not to put it on the website, not to promote it, because they had catfish. By the way, I will say that Team Man Church last night, we get fed really good all over this country. When you walk out and you see gigantic deep fryers, I'm talking about gigantic. Okay,
we're heating some grease,
and you go out there, and the minute you see the men making the catfish, you're just at ease.
Yeah, you go. We covered.
And
We good.
And I walked over to the kind of guy in charge of it. Of course, he's sweating profusely.
Sure.
And I said, now you sure you know what y'all doing out here? He goes, yeah, I think we know what we're doing.
I dare you ask.
I said, is that why those over there with the grease running off of them are golden brown and crispy, just like they ought to be?
Yes, sir.
So we had catfish, deep fried. But again, he said we're real. But what he was really trying to do,
how about them hush puppies?
Oh, they were so good. Is he said, I want to go to the entire association of churches here, and I want to have them all come, all the pastors or somebody representing that church, to all be there. And the association has gotten together, and we are going to, if you can afford the curriculum, get it. If you can't, the association will pay for it. Wow. And so I think his attempt was to have 20-something churches all in the association. 14 of them did sign up and get the whole system for their men last night.
Man, that's great.
And that's just somebody getting after it. I mean, our part, other than working and getting this all put together, launch it. But as far as making that kind of stuff happen, so that's got to happen within the community. And so he got the association together. There were about 100 and probably 20-something men there last night, and they served them all catfish. Here's Rick, tell you what they do and how they do it, give us a little message, and then if you want to get men plugged in, you want to sign up your church tonight, and if you got men with you, because you could bring some men from your church if you wanted, and they signed them all up last night, 14 churches strong. Wow. And it was really, what a great idea.
Good trip.
Well, that's somebody says let's see if we can't. I mean, it's great for one church to implement it here, but what if we took a whole association and said let's all go in?
Yeah.
And let's use our association money and invest in what we keep saying every Father's Day is the most influential force in the home, the church, and society. And last night, and they all admitted, I've just we all just a bunch of we got our degrees in common sense. Uh-huh. I've never understood that. I can't think of any ever. I mean, it'd be like you guys sitting here and who are running the business, and I said, guys, I got a few ideas. Now, let me tell you what I'm going to take off the table right now. We are not going to invest in things that gets us the greatest return. Would y'all all look at me like I was some loony bird?
Yeah.
I mean, I would like what I'd rather do is let's build our whole system around things that don't give us as much return. Because it's almost like, I don't know what happened, that the Western church builds churches around women and children while saying every Father's Day that they don't have the influence that the man of the house has. Now, they're important, and you want to be involved in all of it, but I've just never understood that concept. I don't know what it is. So anyway, we made that point. We got the stuff. We have a system. We have the curriculum, and you know what? I want to thank Billy and all the guys last night. What a great idea! Yeah, and it was an honor and a pleasure to be there, and it was a great ride home knowing that 14 different churches have said, you know what, we're in.
Well,
and that's great. And we had some guys last night that made the most important decision in their life. I don't know whether they were sincere or not. I've just taken on the quote of Billy Sunday. Hey, Billy, we had so-and-so people say tonight they want to follow Jesus, and Billy would say, well, we'll see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'll either you'll see the proof of it, or you'll see the lack of the evidence of it. Yeah. But we'll see. But you know what? You don't deny them the opportunity just because some people are sincere and some people aren't. Mm-hmm. Well, how do we know? I don't know. That's God and them, but we still gonna do it. Why? Because He said to. I mean, I know I'm just a simpleton on this kind of stuff, but it's not really all that complicated to understand. But for some reason, we treat it as difficult to implement, and it does require some work and some action, but it pays.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
You build that church from the men out, your church will look a lot different. And
Billy got after it.
Like Ken Harrison said yesterday, we're Promise Keepers this weekend. So you think it's all about the men, it's really not. What you're doing is you're affecting women and children. It all flows that way. Yep. Top of the hour, we'll be back. Got a birthday cake coming in for baby brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Adler, as you just heard, all here. Rick and Bubba University interns today, barbecue smoke neck, and the winner. And we get ready to celebrate the real Greg Burgess' birthday. So tomorrow, on the 17th of July, the world received the real Greg Burgess. And what a day it was. And our society has never been the same. So 55 tomorrow.
Yeah, how about that?
So you was born in 66.
Yep.
55 tomorrow. Now, Greg, you refused to blow out candles. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was too many germs.
Okay, so
you're worried about the Delta variant.
Worried about the Delta variant?
Yeah,
it's just kicking up out there.
I don't want to blow Delta all over the cake and all y'all get it.
Yeah, right. So so here is the Edgar's Bakery cake. It has.
They gave me more hair than I.
I started to say generous on the hair.
I like that. Yeah.
Greg is on there, and he's got a coffee.
They
mug.
gave me Helms's Winnipeg too.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it is, Greg.
You may think it's my birthday.
Yeah,
they may do it.
Yeah, and so it has on the cup, coffee cup on Greg's image on the cake. The coffee cup says, "I hate birthdays."
That's a big old cup.
Yeah, Greg, you ain't having some big. You ain't gonna have a birthday party?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm grown, Rick. We ran that list of significant birthdays.
Yeah.
55 is not one of them.
Yeah. Significant.
Oh, double
birthday.
nickel.
Yes. So you get one's big.
Sammy Hagar.
One's really big.
Yeah.
And you can have them when you're a kid.
16?
16. It starts now. We're starting.
What about 6?
After that, let's.
What about 6 starting to school?
How you like 20?
Nah, I don't count.
How you like 21?
Legal?
Not
Really?
18,
That's not that big a
18
deal.
21?
Yeah.
You said 16's
16's
big, though,
big.
right? 'Cause you can
16.
drive.
After 16, you might as well just.
Greg, in your
back
world,
off a
we
minute.
should only celebrate somebody's birthday when they're 1 and 16.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
This is why.
Well,
he
I'm not
has-
saying you can't celebrate, but it ain't a big deal.
What about 50? Okay.
Great.
Yeah, a lot of people make a big deal out of that. I guess.
What about 80?
Rick, I think this is why we don't, consider life more important. We don't celebrate birthdays enough.
There it is.
And we're
Yeah.
trying to change that.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
That's why he has the message on the coffee cup. I hate birthdays.
That's a little much.
Well, Greg, when I was asking you about your flavor and the icing and all this kind of stuff, you would say, "I don't want a birthday. I hate birthdays." Blah, blah. And
I didn't say that.
You
I
do.
said
That's how you
no
sound.
sense making a
Did you
big
say it
deal
like
about
that?
Yeah, no.
I never said I hate birthdays.
He hates everything about
Hate's
them.
a strong
He
word.
hates everything
Yeah.
about them. So you know what? You got
Dislike?
a simple cake.
Greg,
Dislike.
Dislike?
Not dislike. Just not a big
Annoyed
deal.
by?
Just not a big deal.
Annoyed by?
Annoyed by the hype.
Okay.
How will you
Apathetic?
celebrate at home?
About birthdays?
Yes.
Yeah.
At home, will you get a special meal or, maybe your favorite
Yeah, we'll eat.
gravy or something?
Grandkids are coming over.
Big day, big day in the valley?
Yeah. I mean, nothing major.
Yeah.
You know.
Do they come to your place for your birthday, or do you still go
They
there?
come to my place.
Everybody's coming over.
Hey.
That's right.
Well, we come over and we're going to gather.
That's right.
All right, we got to sing to him.
But we like to do that.
Happy birthday to
Now
you.
y'all getting too
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Greg. Happy birthday to you.
I'm so thankful for my baby
You're growing
brother.
old. You got gray hair. You smell like a skunk.
I'd still put you in my box of awesome.
Well, there it is. All right, then.
First segment in the kickoff hour, Gerald Cates called him. Sang
Did he
to him.
really?
Because you know he likes to get up early.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. He does.
Unless I was mistaken, I heard Bama Mark singing
Bama
this
Mark
morning.
called and sang. Of course, he had a bad phone, but
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
still working on his wrestling career.
Is he really?
Of course, he's turned a new page again on something. We couldn't hear the phone. I mean, he's turned a few new pages since we've
He
been
has.
on.
He has.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
That's what we call a page turner.
right. Sometimes books don't have enough pages.
Because remember, what was the call? He'd had a wreck. He was injured. His career was in jeopardy. That one
What
lost his dog.
What do you
Stop it.
I love.
Well, we're just trying to review.
But you know what you are right
wasn't
now.
Wasn't the Silicaga Mafia after him one time?
Guys,
Oh,
you know
yeah.
the Joe Dirt story when he tells his story and they go, Bama Mark, same way. It's just been a long saga since we met him.
Guys,
Yeah.
have you ever seen the movie The Mummy? You don't go down there and start messing with it when it's been buried.
No.
It comes back alive and also it's back in your life.
Rick even sang a little this morning.
Did he really?
He did.
I hate I missed that.
Yeah.
I'd also like to thank my wife. She made him some protein balls
she
today.
did. Thank you, Terry.
I made him close his eyes, and I brought out a
You know,
plate
I
of
like them.
my
They're
protein
good.
balls. Of course, he tore them up.
Did you realize you wanted that for a present?
Yeah, they're good. Adler asked if he could have a few, and I said sure.
I need to rethink what I'm gonna give you.
Okay, I witnessed something in the kitchen there.
I told Adler he could have a couple.
Greg offered Bubba, a somewhat healthy protein ball.
Yeah.
Okay, because Terry substitutes some
And he
things in there.
immediately turned it
Now
down.
that is a somewhat healthy snack.
And he gave a really disgusted look
He did.
and then grabbed some goat drop cookies instead.
Well, I knew they were going to be thrown out today, so I was trying to finish them off.
But them protein balls are good, Bob. You ain't tried one?
Yeah, go get me one. I'll take one.
In all fairness, you ate a bunch of protein balls.
Were you Corey?
What if I put one in each corner of the cake?
There you go.
No, yeah, he ate a handful of them yesterday. It was his own protein ball.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, they had peanut butter in them.
Peanut butter balls painted with chocolate.
Yeah, well, these
Slightly painted.
Yes,
Just slightly. Just a
just-
thin
yeah,
coating.
right.
You have to really look. If you're looking sideways to see it. It's like a coat of paint.
Oh, here comes. Oh, how many did you grab, Adler?
2 balls.
All right.
All right, there we go. Bubba, you can have one there.
Natural selection.
We can give Greg one.
Yeah.
Oh, I've done had like 4.
I know.
Put the whole thing in
Rick
your mouth. Don't bite half of it.
Why?
Just
I
put.
don't want to
Yeah.
put it. I'll choke.
No, put the whole
Oh,
thing. Bubba, you
You're going to love it.
just there we go.
It's like a sausage ball almost.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. I actually thought that's what they were when you first brought them in, and there was a little bit of letdown. But people I mean, I
What do you
just love
think,
sausage
Bub?
balls.
How about that chocolate
Well,
chip
they're
rolling
good.
in there? They're good.
What do you think about it,
You've been
Bubba?
running around the
good.
studio in a minute.
Saying you thought
Thanks,
you were gonna-
Terry, for those. Those are delicious.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Did you add the chocolate chip from last one?
You don't have to put chocolate chip
Yes,
in
you
there.
do.
She just with that. It's different
my world,
recipes.
you do.
But for Greg, yes.
Or could go.
To Rick and Pelham. Rick listened to us on ZZK. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Hey guys, good morning, man. Just wanted to call in and tell you how much love you guys.
Okay.
I can't do
hope
that.
he wasn't-
I can't do that to you on your birthday.
I hope he wasn't saying someone's coming to bomb the studio.
Bubba, I'm going to ask.
Trying to warn us.
I'm
We
going to
can't-
ask
we
you.
can understand what he's saying.
This is over in your camp. What can we do? We do talk show. I mean, we don't take calls every segment. Thank the Lord.
We had a very important man here from one of the companies the other day, and I asked him the same question.
Yeah.
He just shook his head. He don't know.
Because and I really do think this
It's all
is
about the bandwidth, baby.
I do think this is an issue going forward for talk shows.
Yeah.
Because if people's calls can't be understood and the quality of them is annoying to the listener, it's gonna. I will tell myself. I find myself sometimes not wanting to do as many phone segments because you better have enough content to live without them, because the area of the show that they're supposed to bring, that you can't understand them or hear them well.
Do you think big tech is behind this, driving everybody to chat rooms?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Big tech, as you said earlier, off air, they're our big enemy.
They are out of control.
That's our big. I got news for you. They're a lot more problematic for us than the Delta variant. I mean,
they're real, buddy.
If they take over, if they decide who can and can't talk,
and they've got a stranglehold on a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I heard you guys talking about I guess it'd have to be the #1 podcast in the country, Joe Rogan, that he had one of his podcasts taken off because he talked to somebody that talked about some remedies for COVID that were not approved.
Yeah. So you can't even have that discussion.
Well,
you ought to be able to have that discussion.
See, that's
not up to them to decide what we can discuss.
It's already out there. You can't make any money off of it.
They're making themselves the god of speech. It's ridiculous.
You're right.
Little G.
Do y'all want to try Rick and Pelham again, or is that just? Am I now doing the definition?
Oh,
of
are
insanity?
you trying back? Okay.
Am I now doing the definition?
I'm
of
just
insanity?
curious to see if it's any better.
Yeah,
let's try it. Rick, welcome.
Guys, it was Democrats hacking my phone. Anyway, wanted to call in and say, that's why everybody loves Greg so much. He hates the day that God brought him onto the earth.
Again, here y'all go with hate again.
You hate it, Greg.
I just said
disgust you.
Greg didn't
the
say
hype that everybody puts on it. Once you get to a certain age, the hype should die down. It's nothing about hating a birthday.
Right, yeah.
That was funny.
That is good.
I wish his phone would have messed up again. Nah, it was funny.
You want us to cut the cake before breakfast or wait till after?
After.
Okay.
Well, you can cut it anytime, but I'm going to eat one after.
When you get the first piece, it's your birthday.
No, it don't matter. There you go. What would I tell you not to do? Too much hype.
That's what you
Somebody
hate.
else can have a piece. No problem. Give Bubba a piece.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Waking on their blubber.
All right, so let's unpack some other stories. As I have said many times on the program, when you look at this would involve the world. We now find ourselves living in a fake world, and what I mean by that is it's all patronizing, agenda-driven. We just talked about social media platforms deciding who can and can't talk, information you can and cannot receive. And so you're kind of living in this fake world that isn't exactly as it's being portrayed, and now it only gets worse. Apparently, now we can't trust Wikipedia. We have a comment.
The People's Encyclopedia.
The People's Encyclopedia.
I think you always had to be careful with that because
Sure.
anybody could go in there and put in, whatever they wanted. But even the founder of it now says that there's an organized effort for agendas on there, and it's ruining the whole setup.
Yeah, so here is Larry Sanger discussing. He is the founder.
They're simply, by their policies, they're not totally restricted to secondary sources, but that's what they emphasize. They emphasize not the primary sources for information. So they don't look up tables of statistics and draw their own conclusions. They want to cite articles by journalists who have looked at those tables of statistics, right? And not all journalism. Like the Daily Mail is out. You can't cite the Daily Mail at all. You can't cite Fox News on socio-political issues either. It's banned now so what does that mean? It means that if a controversy does not appear in the mainstream center-left media, then it's not going to appear on Wikipedia.
So they are deciding what sources they deem reliable, and they want to quote sources that would line up with whatever their foregone preferred agenda would be.
Yeah, he said it's a real organized effort, too, from the left to do this, that they're going in and changing the whole conversation, if you will, to reflect their values. In other words, it's not just information anymore. It's been politicized.
Yeah.
And once again, what was it? The left will ruin anything?
Yeah, they will. Dennis Prager said it best. Anything the left touches, they ruin. And if you can look around, you can see that. They've ruined sports. They ruin everything. Now they've ruined Wikipedia and turned it into Wokepedia. And, you were supposed to go to Wikipedia, and it's supposed to be a place for information about given topic or given person. But what he's talking about, like I remember there was a phrase that a person from Louisiana referred to about themselves, and even Nick Saban had said it once, referring to people of Louisiana. I don't know that you're allowed to say it anymore,
right.
But I remember thinking, where in the world is the origin for that nickname?
Mm-hmm.
So when I went to search it, it said, here's what some people say is the origin, and then you would look and say, but that seems to be refuted, because here's a picture with this same phrase on an airplane from World War I with people in our military from Louisiana, what they had painted on their plane,
right.
And that predates what they say was the origin. So that they give you all the information and they say here's one thought,
Right.
but then here's another thought, and then here's this. What he's saying is now they'll go in and they would take something like that and they would only use the sources who say it was this because that's what they want the origin to be. And say that's not free thinking. That's not us working it out on our own and coming to our own conclusions as we critically think through something and gather all the information and gather all the different opinions on it.
Have you noticed there's something that the left has to have to move their agenda forward? That is absolute control of all information.
Yes.
Have you noticed that?
100%.
If there is a debate, if there is discussion, if there are differing opinions, can't get anything done. Their argument doesn't hold up. So what you have to do is stamp all that out. That should tell you something.
But again,
Become how to become a tyrant.
Yeah, well, I was about to say
that's in the playbook.
I was just about to say this, but again, I know I didn't pay attention in school as much as I should have, but I did understand that we seem to talk about these tyrannical regimes that the special is about. You're talking about on Netflix, and the thing that they always do is what we just described.
Yeah.
They remove. Thought is completely controlled.
I think they call it controlling the truth.
Yeah, narrative is completely controlled.
Yeah.
Any opposing narrative that's inconvenient is removed, and you only hear propaganda.
Yeah.
And sadly, I think we're headed that way. It does lend itself, though, to a very funny Babylon Bee headline today, as most things do. Yeah, this is going to slay y'all. Now, if you're a teacher and you're upset about this, then, of course, you need to email Speedy. But this is funny. Bad news, teachers are teaching critical race theory. Good news, they're teaching it about as well as they do math. So that
funny.
And
Little
it has,
shot there.
And in the background has a little girl that doing 2 + 2 = 5. Please look in the background, Bubba. Do not miss the background.
Yeah, slightly out of focus. It's perfect.
That's good stuff.
Look at the face. I love OBB. They don't miss either.
No,
they'll have something about this. They're going to hear about this Wikipedia thing, and there'll be something that goes with that too.
And speaking of that, Press Secretary Jan Psaki came out yesterday and basically said that the White House is working with Facebook to flag disinformation.
Guys, I mean, does this bother us at all? We have that video cut too. I want you to listen to this. It's a minute. We can do it, Adler, if you've got it. What Speedy just said. Here is the press secretary in her own words, and it's the topic that we're talking about right now. So here it is.
With these social media platforms, and those engagements typically happen through members of our senior staff, but also members of our COVID-19 team. Given, as Dr. Murthy conveyed, this is a big issue of misinformation, specifically on the pandemic. In terms of actions, Alex, that we have taken, or we're working to take, I should say, from the federal government, we've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation. We're working with doctors and medical professionals to connect to connected medical experts who are popular with their audiences with accurate information and boost trusted content. So we're helping get trusted content out there. We also created the COVID Community Corps to get factual information into the hands of local messengers. And we're also investing, as you all have seen, in the president's, the vice president's, and Dr. Fauci's time in meeting with.
Guys, so the thing you have to miss on this is they're saying we will decide what is good information and what is misinformation. Right.
Just like where the virus came from. Those stories were killed initially because they were misinformation. Until more information proved they were not misinformation, then they started letting them through, but they were wrong.
Right.
They were wrong.
Yeah, instead of letting you decide and research and say, well, this doesn't match up with this because look over here what this guy says, and they're saying, no, we'll clean all that up for you, and we'll make sure the information that you receive has been vetted by us.
They're out of control. They are out of control.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
5 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big. Thanks. Ba-ba-da. All right, so simplysafebubba.com. We are thankful to have them as part of the Rick and Bubba team. Love to hear the great stories from all of you out there that got your Simply Safe security system, and you are digging it. You are loving it. I'll tell you what, well, for good reason. You're getting monitored 24/7 for about $15 a month. You're not in any contract. There's no hidden fees or anything like that. You get a 60-day risk-free trial. You were able to install it yourself, so you didn't have to wait for some crew to come. It was not invasive to the property, so you can even use them if you're renting. And you know what? They're just easier to customize, and they do a better job, and their team does such a good job of being there for you. No matter what you need, God forbid you got a fire, somebody's there. You have a medical emergency, somebody's there. You've had a break-in, somebody's there. You're Rick Burgess, and it's not as simple to install as they tell everybody it is because you're just inept at this. They're there to help you with it. So you have friends that are there for you, and they work with you, and it's just that's comfortable. When you're in your home and you realize I got somebody who's got my back. So put them to work for you. You get a free security camera with whatever, however you design your system. We'll throw in a free one if you use our URL, and that's simplysafebubba.com. Simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know we have a video. You guys were telling me about this, and we've been very clear on this program that we should all hold everybody accountable who are placed in positions of responsibility, like law enforcement. Do we sit here sometimes and think that law enforcement is treated unfairly on some of the accusations? Yes. Do we live in a fantasy world thinking that every single person in law enforcement is a great stand-up person and they handle everything perfectly? No. And we also believe that those that are in these positions, that abuse these positions, should be held accountable. But, boy, we got a dilly today.
It's a shame because I do think the majority of the people who serve as our first-line defense, police officers, firefighters, and others are outstanding people. They are a few that are not. And we have the conviction of one here, former Jackson County Deputy Zachary Webster, convicted in May on 19 charges. And I think we have the video here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is yogurt, sir.
I know. Okay.
It's yogurt.
How about this, though?
That is not mine. No, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you any
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask you any direct questions. I'm going to read you your rights first, okay?
So this is off of the body cam of the officer of him planting drugs on people.
Yeah.
So, and it's on his. It's right there on his body cam. You see him doing it. And
he's returned presumptive positive for methamphetamine, okay? I'm just letting you know, okay?
Wow.
So he has been fired after they saw the footage.
But I think he was fired in 18, and then last year,
over
2019.
Yeah, and so they found out he had done this over 100 times. And all those cases are now under review. And his own body camera.
What an idiot on that front.
Yeah, shows him planting drugs on people.
He was convicted in May on 19 charges, Rick, including racketeering, official misconduct, fabricating evidence, perjury, false imprisonment, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Now, the story I saw yesterday
being a DA.
said that he was involved in like 120 drug busts and that they've all been thrown out now.
Yeah.
That's what I saw yesterday.
It
said agents analyzed more than 1,300 minutes of video from his own body cam to build a case against him.
Oops, I didn't think about that body cam.
Well, can I ask you guys something? I'm thankful that a person like this was removed, but if there's that much body cam footage, is there just so many pullover traffic stops and drug busts that they don't go watch the body cam on every one of them?
I know.
Is it erased after a certain time, and he just figured it would be, or I don't know?
Because you would think
it's a good question. How are we monitoring for this? How do we know there's not more of these guys out there?
So I don't pretend to know what the man's motivation was, but
look at me. I'm the drug guy. I handle look at what all I do.
It's got a little moonshine.
That's all. That's all this
moonshine.
is.
What I was saying. Look at me. I'm the hero.
Yeah.
That's it.
What I was saying is, was he going out, which is completely wrong? Was he going out and of his own, trying to be king and trying to be judge and jury? Did he go out and maybe say, I think these people should be in trouble?
Yeah.
I don't have anything on them today, so I'm going to make sure I have something on them.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. Now, he's still denying that he did any of this and said that they will appeal.
What are we supposed to do with the video we're looking at?
I don't know.
Because a lot of
that lady denying, like everybody does, was probably telling the truth.
Yeah, because on the body cam, it's of course looking away from him, and so a lot of it would be he would just appear with it. You couldn't tell where he got it from. He would just, what about this?
Oh, I see.
And then he's holding it.
Yeah.
So he's claiming, no, I did pick it up from them.
Okay, so that's going to be.
Speaking of dealing with the police, we have an expert.
Does this mean all my charges are going to get thrown out too?
Right. Yeah.
But you guys, when that lady in that video goes, "That's not mine," that's what everybody says.
It does.
And without this video of the plant, I'm be like, "Yeah, right, lady, get in the
Yeah, whatever, meth head.
Everybody, they even did it in Shrek. Do you remember when they found the catnip on Puss in Boots? And he goes, "It's not mine."
It's not mine.
I mean, so it's so well known. No one
Rick
ever
with
says,
a Shrek reference.
I know, dude. We're not prepared for that.
No one ever says, "Oh yeah, y'all got me. That's fine."
Yeah, I know it.
So
yep.
Come on out, guys. They got us.
So I guess he saw that spoon with that lady's yogurt, and he was like, "Cool, I can put some drugs right next to that, and it looks like
she was
something
screaming
that you
yogurt
use
the whole
for-"
time.
Yeah,
she was.
And she goes, "It's yogurt. It's yogurt." Y'all, I can't believe that. That's evidently he wanted to be this police officer wanted to be part of like the narcotics division or something like that. He thought getting a lot of bus would help him be part of that.
Trying to be sharp.
But again, what we're saying at the beginning of this segment, we love the police, we need the police, and 99.9% of police are incredible, and we need them and we love them. Did we say that?
You making that clear?
Yeah, right. Well,
in case you get pulled over on the way home today.
It's these crazy 0.101% stories that just make your skin crawl.
Guys, there's some weird people out there. You hear me?
Yeah.
They're motivated by just trying to be sharp.
Well,
just wanting everybody to look at them. That we're all about look at me.
Because of the tribalism and the mob mentality we have now, and I understand what you're doing, Adam, you're doing the right thing, is honestly, everybody has so gotten in their little groups and they've got their mob ready. You really can't, on a topic like this, go, could we just take law enforcement and take each individual case and look at each individual situation?
Yeah.
And then in each individual situation, we can say this person in law enforcement shouldn't be there and should be held accountable. Oh, this time all the things they're saying about them is not true. And just take them case by case.
Yeah.
And the answer is apparently not. You have to either be completely for the police or completely against it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not the real world. How about this? Sometimes law enforcement is wrongly accused of abusing their position, and it's the people's action that got them in trouble, and this wouldn't have happened if they had not behaved the way they behaved. And then in some cases, you have law enforcement that abuses their privilege, and they should also be held accountable. That's really the truth of it. I know you're not allowed to think like that anymore, but I'm going to continue to think that way. So I'm not going to say that the police every single time do everything right, and I'm not going to say the police that every single time is doing something wrong. I'm just not going to live that way. It's individual cases, and in this case,
individual people.
And in this case, it appears this officer was rogue and should be in trouble.
Yep.
And the way that the left and BLM villainizes all police, which we have done now in the past 2 years,
Which is so terrible.
has led to the decline of people wanting to become police. It's led to tons of police retiring, and the end result has led to less police in high crime areas, which has led to more black people being dead. Okay, so BLM, all these protests, all this, all cops are bad, all this villainizing of police has led to more black people dying. So Black Lives Matter and all these protests have done the opposite of what they claim to wanting to do and save black lives.
I've even been able to see stories before the government could remove them that where law enforcement has decreased, crime has increased. Of course, I could have told you that without anyone having to research it.
Right. Yeah, I didn't need to talk to John Tutty from the future.
Oh, here we go.
Wait just a minute.
Oh, boy.
Are you telling me that if you remove law enforcement from an area, that crime will go up?
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really need anybody to do a documentary or an op-ed on that.
Yeah. It may mean that law enforcement is holding back the dark elements of our society.
Yeah.
And when somebody's in that position, if this person is found guilty of all these charges, should be removed if they're abusing that privilege, but we don't remove law enforcement.
No.
Because we got some people that abuse it. We still need it desperately because the overwhelming majority of them are there to protect and hold back these people. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the people we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. And there's a line available for you. So if you want to get in, you can make a comment. So we did that story. It says looks like the former Jackson County deputy has been sentenced to 12 plus years in prison for what we saw. But you said he's appealing that. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the judge also gave him 58 days served off of that sentence, too.
Let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show unless you get a timeout from Helms or Bubba. Go right ahead.
Yeah, 2 points, and this is not inside information. It was on the local news. But he would run your tag before he pulled you over, and if you had a history of drug, that's who he was planting it on. So some of those people are on probation, so they immediately went to jail. Some of them lost their children and stuff. And the second point y'all need to research is the assistant DA, the lady that originally started investigating this. She was driven out of the DA's office. She now works at the state. So I really don't think the local, prosecutors wanted to prosecute him. That was on the local news. So,
yeah.
Let me ask you this. What was his motivation for doing this?
I guess he didn't like, sending people. I'm not sure if I heard this on the news or not, but just if you get a lot of convictions, you get promoted.
Well, okay.
He was cleaning the streets of drugs.
Well, that's what
he knew who to. He did it to clean people. But he was doing it to people that already had a track record of drug arrests and convictions.
Yeah, so he's almost. I'm trying, and I touched on that earlier. Look, if he's
maybe he thought some of these people had skirted out and didn't get punished properly, or shouldn't be on the street. Kind of his own version of dark justice. Would that be fair?
But the law enforcement agencies, it's not their job to be judge and jury.
Yep.
And just because the people had trouble in their past, I think what he did, I think it's too. If I had to get inside this dude's mind, if he's guilty of all this stuff, okay, and he's been sentenced, but he's appealing. So if after the appeal we end up in the same ruling we have now, that he did it and he's going to be punished for it. If you get into the mind of some of these people like this, you may find that A, I'm trying to look sharp because I want to be promoted to the drug unit, and B, these people aren't really victims because we all know they've been messing with drugs anyway.
Right. Maybe beat the system or whatever, and he's going to clean it up. He's going to be dark justice.
That's all wrong, and that's not the job of law enforcement.
No,
but I'm just trying to, we study these characters to try to get into their mind of motivation. Right. Another anonymous call. Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to make the point that as we go on, probably decades from now, 10, 20 years, we're going to be policed by people who don't hold themselves to a high moral standard anyways. So the things like this are going to continue to happen and get even worse.
Yeah, as the society crumbles and the anything goes, there's no right, there's no wrong. Everybody just be your own you, and you can be anything you want to. Well, eventually that starts affecting everything, and you end up with chaos, including law enforcement going, well, I guess we don't have to be held to any standard either.
Right.
Then you've got
or somebody take it on themselves to fix it.
Yeah. Then you've got
not their role.
Then you've got total chaos. If you look, even in Scripture, if you have a biblical worldview, God tried to let human beings govern themselves without an official earthly government, and it didn't go well. And then He establishes an earthly government. And I know this hurts everybody's feelings, mainly from a biblical standpoint, mainly to keep law and order. That is the role of an earthly government from a biblical worldview. And the other stuff we just kind of added on. Let's go to Alan out of Central Alabama. Alan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. This is in response to the body cam stuff you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You're issued a body cam at the beginning of every shift. At the end of every from your sergeant or your commander, whatever, when you leave or when the shift's over, you turn that cam in. They can tell if you have deleted something or not. That body cam is downloaded to a file that they only have access to that's got your name, badge number, and stuff on it. So
Do you think? Well, you didn't have time. I was going to ask a follow up. Do you think then the people that are in charge of watching them just kind of went watching and went, "Man, I'm not watching other than that."
Or you know, I think this is a legitimate question. What is our process for watching over these officers? I mean, you got to have command and control on everything. And if this guy was doing this, it was recording, and they wasn't catching it, then obviously there's a problem there.
Les in Florida, can you weigh in on that? You retired from the police. Thanks for your service to our communities. So what is the process? How was this not caught sooner?
Well, to begin with, across the United States, there's a bunch of inconsistencies from state to state. I was part of the federal task force, so I was exposed to it in multiple states. But the first thing is you don't get to just, we call it parking lot bingo, run a tag just to see what's there. You have to have a reason. You have to have a reason to stop that car.
Right.
Burned out tail light, cross the center line, but just a history of drug abuse, you can't know that without using your computer illegally to do that. Parking lot bingo is illegal. You can't do it. So
should they have picked up
probable cause to?
Should they have picked up on his searches? Is that monitored
We call it a clue. We call it a clue. I got a very good friend that was a drug interdiction unit in South Carolina, and that was his only job. Highway 26 and 77, looking for drug cars. But you have to have a reason besides, I think that guy's carrying drugs. Did he cross the center line? Did he have some sort of traffic violation that gave you reason to stop it? And then you can proceed from that point. That's the first thing that should have flagged any supervisor or manager is his probable cause to stop the vehicle.
And he may have that. I don't know. We don't know the answer.
Pardon my ignorance.
Well, you're right, because that's not covered in there. But if he's not a drug interdiction unit and he's got 120 drug cases in a year or two, that's a clue that he ain't doing what his real job is.
It's pardon my ignorance on this.
Businesses.
Yeah, I come off my shift. I take off my body cam. I hand it to whoever's responsible for looking at them. You see on his body cam, it clearly looks like he's planting drugs, and he did it multiple times. How was that not caught sooner on the body cam footage? Who watches those? Or
they probably don't until somebody has, because you can't spend hours and hours and hours watching footage over and over and over.
That's what I'm thinking.
And I just got a text from a buddy of mine, it's a police officer here in this town, and he said, "Do you realize how many times I hear from people, these are not the pants, these are not my pants I'm wearing?"
No, I got all that.
And so, but I know, just to prove the point
stuff.
is, unless somebody is constantly coming and going, they hear this all. The excuses they give, they hear all the time. So why would you go back and look at this footage?
Yeah, I guess
There's
I'm back to the retired officer who says, yeah, but when a guy's not even in the drug unit and he's got 120 drug stops and finds drugs that many times, you might want to start looking at his body cam.
Well, it looks like they
finally did. And they finally did. Yeah. So anyway, but I understand you can't. Unless there's a reason to look at it. That's a lot of body cams being handed in over and over again.
But it's probably something you have to do when you can assign somebody a gun and give them deadly force to go out in the public. You're going to have that kind of oversight.
That'd be an entertaining job.
Yeah, well, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go. Come on with it. A brand new hour of Rick and Bubba has begun. Things that you need to know. All right, still to come. On the program today, we talked to Mike Rowe. Somebody's got to do it. And, of course, that's a popular show that Mike's had out for a while. But PureFlix has just announced that they will now be streaming this show. So if you're a PureFlix person, you got Mike Rowe, and somebody's got to do it. So we'll talk to Mike about that coming up later in the program. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out tomorrow, and it features Trent Howard, offensive lineman from Clemson. He is a Rick and Bubba NIL student athlete. He has cut his deal with us. But we also interview him about how has this looked when the floodgates of NIL opened. You seeing it from the front row, being on the team at a major university, and you'll enjoy that conversation. It
was very educational. We asked him a lot of questions about how this is evolving, and he was sharing a lot of that. Just to insight. I mean, we just don't get a lot of access to big time football athletes to have an hour discussion with them about how everything's going. So
Yeah.
it was really good.
You'll also find out why he's chosen to wear number 75.
And why he didn't.
075. All right. So do we want to continue with this since we have someone that says they're tired, or we can move on?
Maybe another call or two.
All right, so this is now going back to last hour, the unfortunate story that has come out that apparently there is a person in law enforcement that was abusing that position by planting drugs on people. They now think they may have to go back to over 100 cases that he was involved in. He was sentenced to 12 plus years. He has appealed that, saying that he has been wrongly convicted of this. But Kathy out of Pensacola said her son was the lead prosecutor on the case. So, Kathy, what insight can you shed that you can shed from inside the courtroom?
Well, thank you for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
Actually, I believe some of your staff were questioning his motivation.
Or just trying to figure it out.
Trying to understand it.
Right. His father was very prominent in law enforcement in that county, and had been in the narcotics department and had been very successful. And it was kind of speculated that his son wanted to follow in his steps.
Mm-hmm.
So he wanted to fast track from being just a regular patrol officer to a narcotics agent. He had been fired in another county. He was in law enforcement for inappropriate sexual conduct. So he had a little bit of baggage with him, but his father was well known back in his home community and was able to get this job for his son. And then I believe y'all also discussed why weren't other law enforcement officials suspicious. And yes, in fact, one of his partner that he had on some days said that he questioned and said, you're getting more than the narcotics agents are. How in the world is that happening? So there was some curiosity and puzzlement about that in law enforcement, but they're a pretty tightly knit group. But the prosecutor for that county began to notice all the arrests he was making, and they were always they followed a similar pattern. And she actually was the one who became very suspicious. And so finally charges were made and he was arrested because she had gotten so involved in the case prior to it ever coming to trial. it was determined that that Zach would not get a fair trial with this district attorney. So they actually had to come to Escambia County, which is where my son practices, and give him the case so that he could go over there and it would appear to be more of a fair trial.
Understood.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Well, it's still, for whatever reason, found guilty. He's appealing. It'll play itself out. But right now, it looks like he was highly abusing his position, which, as law enforcement people, as citizens, we just cannot have this at a time when our whole law enforcement establishment is under, I think, unfair prosecution by the public in a lot of places.
Yeah.
This just gives them the things they need. I mean, we just cannot have this. We can't have clowns in there doing their own thing.
No,
I don't care who their daddy was.
Yeah, right. And she did bring that piece of information that was new. He had a desire.
I'm sure his daddy's proud now.
Yeah, right. He had a desire to be in a department that he hadn't gotten to yet, and he thought this was going to. Oh, man, look at all the drug busts.
By becoming a criminal. That's a great idea. Good plan.
Yeah. But what you said, the damage that is done, now everybody who gets caught with drugs.
Yeah.
Well, that was planted on me. What are you talking about planted? Well, obviously y'all do it sometimes. That one guy was doing it.
Yeah. The damage one guy like this can do for the whole country is just unimaginable.
Well, it's why we got to take the people that are given this responsibility, the vetting process, and if there is ever a job that you need to be called to, and be and like I can't sleep at night because I'm supposed to be doing this job. It's my call versus I think it's sharp. Or
that's what Daddy did.
Yeah, that's what Daddy did. Or when I was in school, didn't nobody pay attention to me, but I'm gonna have my day where I'm in charge.
That's right.
These kind of people got to be moved out of law enforcement, and surely we vet this out, don't we? And so it's
the process needs a little more tuning. It looks like.
Well, and also when you're this hey, let's all home team stuff. It doesn't need to be in law enforcement either. So there's people that we if we would look into it. They knew this guy, something was fishy. Obviously, somebody finally said something's not right about it.
Yeah.
And probably we turned, away from it and didn't go after it like we should have because there's some code or something.
Let's be tight knit with the law. Let's be tight knit with the Constitution, not just somebody I work with.
Right.
In any business.
Right. So you got to call your nuts.
Absolutely.
We've said that 1,000 times.
And look, again, these police officers, they are the front edge of the government meeting the citizens with deadly force. We're not talking about a referee at a football game here. This is a real deal.
Yeah, but like you said, fellow officers have to know and not be scared to come forward with information to their superiors with that, because it's frowned upon, and there's some of them are scared to do it.
I understand.
And we got to get to where that they shouldn't be.
But all you're doing with that is playing right into the critics that say the police is not fair. You're protecting yourself, you think, because we're brothers in arms, we're on the team.
Right.
But you're handing evidence to the people who are trying to convict you as a whole.
It's going to affect everyone.
And you've got to get away from that.
Well, and it's all
you got to love the law. You got to love the Constitution.
Yeah, and when you're in a position like, let's say for my job, let's say that I read outdated copy, and the special I promote is not available.
Somebody will be mad.
Somebody's going to be mad. You got inconvenience. Hey, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Maybe I was even doing it on purpose. I got some jolly out of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, I've frustrated some people, and it's uncomfortable. But when these people, and when you're in this job, you have the power to completely destroy somebody's life, either with deadly force or by ruining their life by putting them in jail when they shouldn't be there. And that kind of authority can only be given to people that can be trusted with it. And because
there have to be layers and layers of double checks and oversight just to be sure we bat 1,000. You just can't. Batting 900 is not good enough on this stuff.
Because what this society does not need is any more reason to think that we should live in a world with no law enforcement, which is ridiculous. But this is the kind of stuff that doesn't help. And for those of us that are standing up saying, look, you know, these people should not be portrayed unfairly. And that's true, but you got to call these people.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, yeah. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, things you need to know. So headed out onto the road this weekend, Orange Beach, Alabama, Sunday night. United Methodist Church, Man Church, as they start the men's discipleship strategy there. Men, you're welcome to attend. Looking forward to being there in beautiful Orange Beach on Sunday night. Next weekend, First Baptist Church, Decatur, Alabama. We'll be there with Pastor Blake Kersey, old friend, and looking forward to being with the men of First Baptist Church, Decatur, on Saturday night. Steak dinner on that one. Steak dinner on that one. So that does require a ticket to cover the cost of the food. And then the next day, I'm honored to stay and speak to the entire church. So these are available coming up this weekend and next weekend. So think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And some of you have asked me about August 14th. Sherry and I doing the marriage conference with Shane and Shane in concert right after at Olive Baptist Church in Pensacola. A lot of you keep asking me about this, but you say, yeah, we're thinking about going. I just asked the people in charge there, hey, do you want me to cut something else for the social media deal? And they said we're almost to the max, so not necessary. So if you have been putting that off and you want to go, we'd love to hang with you and have a great time there, and you can spend the weekend in Pensacola. But if you haven't moved on that and you keep thinking, hey, I got time, you may not. So don't put that off. Make a move on that. But you can find all these links for the various, some of these things I bring up, or you just attend. Some have a ticket. Obviously, the marriage conference with Shane and Shane does have a ticket. So all that information is at rickandbubba.com under the upcoming events. So we have a couple things to cover. And Bubba, we were just about to talk about Space Jam. Now, Space Jam, my kids, the older kids, it's when they were small. I don't remember when the Space Jam came out with Michael Jordan, but I remember seeing it.
Yeah, and I'm a big Looney Tunes fan, but sure. I never did see the whole movie. I just pieces of it. I never did see the whole thing.
Bubba,
I know. I'm kind of down about it.
Don't watch the one with LeBron, but go watch the Michael Jordan one.
Yeah,
I think you'd love it. I mean,
I would.
I think it's right up your alley.
Oh, I know.
It's got Looney Tunes humor.
I know.
They threw in real people.
Greg, I'm sorry to bring this up on your birthday, but Space Jam with LeBron James is out.
Space Jam, a new legacy.
Maybe a good way to spend my weekend.
I bet. I know you don't like cartoons and humans interacting.
I don't. That or puppets.
I got that. And I hate to bring this up with your birthday.
We're trying to honor that, but let's face it, the stories out there today are kind of sad.
They are.
That's a good point.
They are. So Space Jam, I don't know. I'm not drawn to it at all. I don't have any desire to go see it. I think that you probably will see, and I know, Speedy, you said your boys. I'm thinking maybe my boys will probably want to go see that, I guess.
Yeah, I'll pull back the curtain.
How do you see it now?
JC was looking more at just something fun for a date night with his girlfriend.
Understood, yeah.
And so they're just going to do putt-putt and go watch drive-in at the drive-in theater.
Drive-in?
Close by in Leeds, Alabama. Shops at Grand River.
Drive-in.
Space Jam 2, or Space Jam, a new legacy. So I think it's just something fun to do, and hey, let's go watch it.
I bet it is.
Richard Lawson Burgess.
Rick Burgess. Going to the drive-in.
Stranded at the drive-in.
Branded a fool. What will they say
Monday at school?
But I mean, I know
that's when you don't have to share the whole theater with everybody. You got your own car.
That's right, Rick.
I'm just saying.
What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying.
Don't laugh over there, Winner. See the winner over there giggling?
Yeah, Winner's
he gets it.
You think the winner doesn't know? He just gave JC the winner award.
All right, so basketball champion LeBron James and his youngest son, Dom, I guess, D-O-M.
Was he named after Dom DeLuise?
Cedric Joe.
Just dated myself huge, but I love it.
Yes. He dreams of being a video game developer rather than follow his father's footsteps, and he finds himself trapped in the Warner Brothers 3000 server verse whatever, and he gets captured, and LeBron must save him, and that's why Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig, and the crew join forces.
Are we playing the Goon Squad again? Do we end up playing him a basketball game?
It's the virtual. Let's see. I don't know, some type of team. Yeah, Goon Squad. There it is, right there.
Goon Squad. Yeah,
So they're back, huh?
So I don't know, man. I just there's something about LeBron James is such a drama queen to me. I just don't. It's not about his ability and all that. It has nothing to do with that. I know if you have ESPN on for 5 minutes, they talk about whether LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they have no new topics. That and Aaron Rodgers, is he coming back to the Packers?
Boy.
Yeah, that's the one this week.
And Stephen A. Smith's afraid to say anything because he'll get lectured again.
Right. Yeah, but he's been cold.
Let me ask you this, because I didn't see the entire movie the first time. What was the plot? How did Michael Jordan get into this?
They come to get him because they have trouble in Looney Town.
Okay.
And they've put themselves.
And they just
in,
carry him
Isn't
back.
he playing for the Barons when it starts?
Yes,
he's playing for the Birmingham Barons.
Yes, he is.
Because he did that during the break.
And that's the
I
thing.
think that's where the whole movie
they go get him to try to get him to play basketball again because they've put themselves in this bet against a team that they thought they could dominate, but they didn't realize the team really were small versions of huge people, and they had portrayed themselves as being weak and small and easy to beat.
Right.
So they enter into a bet. Whoever wins the basketball game, I forget what they get. They get something. I can't remember what was at stake. But then they realize we're overmatched because they're actually these gigantic goons that can double jam.
Right.
And so they got to say, we got to have help. And they go get Michael Jackson out of
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. And they tried Michael Jackson. Now, that was the dance-off. And that was a different challenge. They went to get Michael Jordan out of his house, and then they suck him into Looney Land, if I remember that right.
Right. I think you're all over that.
I think
Rick.
I'm right.
Ernie Johnson is going to be on one of the game commentators. And we got Kyrie Irving, Chris Paul, Draymond Green, and others that are going to make an appearance.
Here's why.
How in the world did Barkley miss this one?
You have to go watch Space Jam for the Barkley part.
Yeah.
When because they lose their powers to the goons. The goons take their power.
Oh yeah, I forgot all that.
Yeah.
Rick, you really know all about Space Jam.
Greg, I had children at that time that liked it.
I did too.
And then when it
I
came out on VHS, how many times you think I saw it?
Yeah.
Let's all give Ellis a copy
kids.
of it.
Yeah,
Baby probably like it.
Hey, Baby Ellis might love it.
He may do it.
Well, can we call him Baby Ellis anymore now that he's kind of
getting bigger now?
He's big. Yeah, he is big.
By
the way, I see he's warming up to his sister.
He is. It just took a few months.
It took a few months.
He is.
And is he calling her by her real name now?
Sometimes he still calls her Paige because he thinks all babies are his cousins. That's the first baby he saw, I guess.
Yeah, his cousin's name is Pace. That's Chandler's little baby. So he just thought Pace meant word for any baby.
Any baby is Pace.
Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Here we go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Da, 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 da. I'm loving HelloFresh. Loving it. Man, you talk about no hassle. And you know, no hassle Rick looks for these kind of turnkeys. So all your meals are set up for an entire week. They offer more than 50 menu and market items to choose from every week. New recipes constantly being added. But they ship them right through your door. And you open it up, however you've ordered for the week. And all your meals are in individual bags. All the ingredients are in the bag. The recipe card is in the bag. And you just simply follow the instructions. And they've got quick dinners. And they've even got some 10-minute lunches that you can choose from. You're still preparing the meal, so it's fresh. Fresh. That's why it's called HelloFresh. And you get it on the table, and you're still spinning. You know, one of the reasons that the family doesn't get around the table as much as we did in the past is because we're on the go so much. And the way you have to plan meals, and by the time you get it done, everybody says, well, I had to go. I can't be there for that. I can't wait on that. I've got to go. What do we have? Are you at the grocery store? I can't in here. It's hard to hear you through your mask.
Yeah.
So
HelloFresh.
So just have it sent right to the door. And if you use our URL and the code Bubba, you go to HelloFresh.com and use that code Bubba, then you'll get 14 free meals. So ask about that. So let's put them to work for you, okay? And if you're trying to do better, boy, what a great idea. You've got chefs making the meals for you with the foods you should be eating anyway. You don't have to do that. You really can just do it for fun and eat great food. But go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link there as well. Bubba Phones. Standing by. Yeah, Garrett, tell me, Garrett and Huntsville, tell me they're not doing a movie about this cartoon. Garrett, go.
Yes. It's Jeff.
Jeff, it says Garrett on the board. I'm sorry.
Call me Jeff. Yeah, y'all remember the Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Hated that cartoon. The dog was too big. Can't we just have a big red dog?
The trailer. Y'all have got to watch the trailer. I laughed my head off. My kids watch that.
Clifford. Now, is it a?
Never liked Clifford.
Is it an animated dog with real people, or
the dog is animated? The people are real.
Sorry, Greg.
You got to watch the trailer.
It looks like it's on Hulu.
Every movie's that way now.
It looks like Hulu's got it.
But Clifford can't be as big as an ocean liner. I mean, why
as big as a barn?
He can't be a dinosaur dog. Why couldn't he just be an oversized, really big dog? Look at this, Greg. I'm so sorry about this.
Oh my
Greg,
goodness.
look at this.
All right, now just think you're a kid, though. Look at it like a kid.
I guess.
No.
I'm just saying.
The
Greg,
dog's too big.
I get that. I'm just saying.
Can't he just be a big red dog?
I know you would hate this, but when I had to get on an airplane back a few weeks ago to fly to D.C., I watched Tom and Jerry, and I laughed hard.
You watched Tom and Jerry.
I started laughing
There's a
out
new movie
loud.
on them.
Yeah, it was funny because I liked them growing up.
Yeah.
So.
All right,
Tom and Jerry humor owns me. Their expressions about things.
Oh yeah, Chris. My kids were in elementary school. They always had a book fair every year, and somebody was dressed up as Clifford the Big Red Dog. And they'd get their picture made with him every time.
The dog's too big.
But he wouldn't. This guy wasn't that big.
Chris in Tennessee. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
He's a regular.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You're going, buddy. You're up.
Hey, so just wanted to clarify a little premise of the Space Jam. The aliens weren't smaller versions. What they did, they stole talents and gifts from other NBA players, which is why they didn't get Michael Jordan, because he wasn't playing in the NBA at the time. And so that's where they went and came and got all their talent, like Charles Barkley and all them, which made them the big giants.
Okay.
And which still again proves that MJ is the best of all time.
Yeah, I remember that they got powers from the Barkley and these other guys, and wasn't it one of those guys like Sean? What was his name? The big old tall white kid. Wasn't he one of them there too?
Yeah.
Sean.
I see him. He played for BYU.
Yeah, whatever his name was. Yeah, but they didn't get big till they took the power from them. I thought that they got huge, then took the power. It's the taking of the power that made them huge,
And
right?
Jordan was playing minor league baseball, so he wasn't there to get.
So he wasn't available.
Correct.
Got it.
I
Sean
remember
Bradley.
the opening scene. It was in Birmingham. It was showing him.
Greg,
playing.
we got that, buddy.
You looked at me like you didn't know.
No,
that.
you're right. I got it.
Rick forgot.
I have just watched the entire.
Forgot all about Sean Bradley.
Clifford the Big Red Dog
Clifford's
trailer.
bigger than Sean Bradley.
And it does say it's going to be in theaters September the 17th.
I'm not watching. So
well,
Sean,
at least in Clifford, you know he's a cartoon, and that's the whole thing. What I hate is the latest Call of the Wild, where they want you. It's supposed to be a real dog in the movie, but it's not.
Oh, that thing. I wouldn't watch Harrison Ford because that's not a real dog.
It's not.
So they took power from Sean Bradley, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing. Who else on that picture? Adler.
Who we got?
And then I don't remember
Larry
Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah, and Larry Johnson on the left.
Yeah, Larry Johnson.
Yeah. Correct. So that's who they took all the power from.
There it is.
Did not remember Larry Johnson.
I loved Muggsy Bogues as a kid.
Yeah, of course you did.
Of course you did. Small people always love other.
He was my hero.
He gave you hope.
Yeah.
Him and Spud Webb, my hero.
Oh, then Spud goes and wins the dunking competition. That really pushed him over the edge.
Yeah, it did.
I was delusional. Because of those guys, I was delusional until about the 4th grade.
That's the problem. Sean and Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I've been watching. I've been listening to y'all about this. They were the Monstars. That's the bad guys from the first.
Correct.
I've seen that thing like 24 times with all our 5 kids, and so
yeah.
I'm really looking forward to the new one. Is the new one going to be anything comparable to this one? Because it seems like every time they remake something, they just kind of mess it up.
I heard it's better.
There's no way it'll be better, and I think some of the ways it won't be better is it goes back, and I know somebody says, will they keep using this Dennis Prager quote? And the answer is yes. Think about it. When Michael Jordan did Space Jam, we didn't have all this political correctness, and the Looney Tunes were as they were. But now the politically correct left will now take, they're going to touch the Looney Tunes, and they're going to touch Space Jam, and what happens to everything they touch? They ruin it. So
get ready.
Yeah, so I think they will ruin it. I don't think we'll be able to have as much fun with it.
Yeah.
My goodness,
And there'll be some underlying save the planet, some kind of
It'll be terrible.
That's
You think the left's not going to ruin Space Jam?
Oh yeah.
Of course they are.
Oh, Rick.
Greg, you think about it. Here, right out of the gate, I know we got a problem. You can't have Yosemite Sam, and you can't have Elmer Fudd. And they were in the first one.
Well, there you go.
When Elmer Fudd rocks the baby and jams one.
That's good.
He does like the Dr. J from the top of the key.
Yeah. That's funny.
Am I remembering that right? I think I am.
I'll have to go watch it this weekend
Rick,
now,
I
Rick.
like that visual.
Let's go to Brooks in Decatur.
Brooks,
what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the program, 100.3 The River.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I was going to say on a new segment of What's Eating Gorosky, suggest the Space Jam topic. I'd love to hear him talk about it.
Oh, yeah. I bet he's got something to say. I bet he's got something to say. Guys, I know he'll keep presenting Tim Tebow as one of his categories.
I know. We're going to tread lightly around that.
David in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Davey, go ahead.
Hey, it's Alex.
Alex.
Okay, I thought he said hello, fellas.
Guys,
okay, Alex, go ahead. No wonder they didn't know your name. All right, go ahead.
I'm scared to say what I called about because it has nothing to do with Space Jam.
Well, that's all right, and I see your
I'm
title,
glad.
and I want you to know that we had this story. I think there was even, unfortunately, video that went with it,
and I'll never get it out of my head.
Yeah.
And I want you to know, I want you to know that we did not do this story because I thought to myself, there's still people I need to talk to about Jesus before God's wrath pours out on this earth. And I thought this story may be one of those things where God sits there and looks and says, "Bow, we're getting close now."
Yeah, we're about to the end of our rope.
So go ahead, David. Alex, tell us what it is.
Well, understood. You already talked about it, but I found out about it at the dinner table last night, and I wanted to pass it on that. There's a story of a biological male and or transgender, couple getting married. It's a biological male that is breastfeeding a baby.
But that
was had by the follow me here.
Yeah, I'm with you. They switched roles.
The one with the glasses had the baby, which was really used to be a woman.
Right.
Obviously, because she had a baby.
Right.
I don't know. No matter what you identify, if you're a man, you can't have a baby.
Right.
Well, old pal there, who's now the mother, that used to be a man, has got the equipment, but it don't work. Try it anyway. Which I saw the Hodge twins break it down, which y'all need to watch.
Oh boy,
the Hodge twins.
Can I ask you a question then? And I know
anyway. Then I'm like you. I just ran from it.
Pardon my ignorance. you've done a great job so far, birthday boy, of laying this out without being overly crude.
Yeah.
And you have to have a certain equipment to hold the baby to term and birth it, and then you have to have. So if you don't have that, or you do have it, you got to either use it or you can't do it.
That's right.
So you got to find somebody who does. Yeah. So in this case, the person who is a biological woman who is living as a man,
they were removed.
And now got a beard.
Actually produced the child though, because still had a uterus.
Had to.
Right, because you can't house a baby without one.
No, and that's men.
Okay, so
don't have one.
And then the person who is a biological man who wants to be the woman doesn't have a uterus.
That's right.
So that can't happen. But how did the attempt to nurse the baby? That doesn't seem possible either.
Well, they're there, but they're not. Obviously, they were added.
No, Greg, I know that, but
were they trying to wire up something?
I think they were just
what?
doing that to be sharp.
Because
they said,
it didn't produce what the baby
No,
needs.
so they just went ahead. I think that was just purely symbolic.
Unfortunately, I saw the attempt.
It was, yeah.
I'll never get that out of my head.
And if you think about it, if everybody in this whole relationship would just kept their original roles, everything.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, I know that.
We could all done
a little bit of trying to be sharp there. Adler, do you have a picture of what they look like before they swap to their new role?
That's the most bizarre.
Well, see, I didn't know what it was because I knew there had been a Friends reunion, and I looked and I said, the Friends reunion has really gone south because I saw Courtney Cox in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Was she in there?
Yeah, she's like a host.
And then I realized it wasn't Friends, and I was like, boy, this Friends reunion has really gone south.
I thought Chandler was really struggling when I first saw him.
I thought he is back on drugs.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it was one of the most bizarre. I know. I can't even.
No, Greg, we've said, I don't know. What else can we say?
They had the baby at home in an inflatable swimming pool.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm talking about? I mean, because I thought, well, if we talk about this story.
Of course, you ought to hear the Hodge twins take on that. What they thought was
the Hodge twins taking on anything is entertaining.
They're using their bulletproof status.
Yeah, I know.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top. Good at the starting line. Well said, Paul Thorne. All right, so we're back. Updates. Richard Sherman's out of jail. He's been released without bail.
You see that video?
We have it.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
We have it. Adler was in here, and obviously I should have told him we may look at this video, but the things we were discussing were so horrifying, I couldn't even speak. The things we were just discussing about the story we just had. By the way, I will say to Courtney Cox, if this is what you're hosting, your career is over.
Yes. It's down to this.
You need to hurry and get that Friends reunion together.
No offense to the Brookies out there, but that's, that is not a good sign.
No.
So Richard Sherman has been released without bail. And he was, of course, arrested. Here he is outside. I can't pot this up, right? Doesn't he say some? No. Okay.
Look
So
at him. It looks like he's chucking somebody at the line coming off in
It
press
looks like a drill
coverage.
in practice. Now this is at his father-in-law's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to.
Well, he really
watch
hit
him.
that
He's
goal
about to
pretty
go. He's
good.
about to go nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, we already did.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's and he wants to be let in, but
Yeah, evidently he wants in.
Yeah. He really. Yeah. I can't.
Right there.
Yeah. There's things going on. And he's not. It doesn't look like in his right mind, as we can say.
I wonder what the deal is.
He is. He trying to break into his in-laws' home, which is what we see here in Seattle. He's got 4 offenses: misdemeanor and gross misdemeanor charges for criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, malicious mischief in the 3rd degree, and both of these carry domestic violence designations. Wow. And misdemeanor charges of resisting arrest and driving under the influence. And I think that last one we need to pay attention to.
Oh boy, he's really pushing now.
Yeah,
Guys.
oh my goodness, that's Richard
Man,
Sherman.
he's got a good door. I'll give you that.
Wow.
See, he's staggering around.
Yeah.
He's been in the sauce or
Yeah,
something.
for sure.
So maybe that's more the problem than you always start at classification point A. I'm not in my right mind because I'm under the influence of fill in the blank.
Yes,
and that does change people's behavior, and it usually leads to a little bit of being rowdy.
Well, I mean, he's been one of the most successful defensive backs in history. He's got the rings. He's been to the Super Bowl. He's done it all. How's your life? How do you end up at this point when you've been as successful as you can be at what you do?
Well,
I mean,
Bubba,
you've lived at the top of the food chain, man.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah,
it's a tale as old as time because those things don't fulfill you. They can be enjoyed if you'll get the foundational part of your life right at the center. Speaking from experience, I've tried it both ways, and I find that redemption seems to be the answer to most all problems.
Well, and there's a lot of people that haven't been as successful as Richard Sherman and have not had the money and have not had the fame. And, I know a lot of people think that cures maybe their problems, but you see, he's got it. And look at where he's at today. I mean, he ought to be in cruise control,
Yeah, it's just read Ecclesiastes one time. You'll find the person who took I'm going out to do everything there is to do to a level that really no one God has really never enabled anybody else to have the ability to literally do anything he wanted to do, and he did. And he said, "Let me save everybody some trouble."
But it never helped.
But all you had to do is just if you just listen to Solomon, you won't be surprised when you go out and grab everything the world says you're supposed to have and still be unfulfilled.
Yeah,
it's so anyway, it's sad to see. But the part of under the influence, I think, because when I first heard this story, I thought, was this going to be one of these head injury things where they claim you have a football player, he's gone mad because of. I think. Part of the way he's acting has something to do with the fact that he's under the influence of something, and is staggering around and ramming yourself into your in-law's door.
Yeah, after driving through a closed-off construction area.
Yeah, this had everything in it.
It did.
Had a lot.
Yeah, it was.
What about when he sobered up and he saw the video? How about that thought?
It sounds like to me they're being very reasonable to him because they released him from jail without bail.
Yeah.
that almost seems like it's a sleep it off kind of thing.
Mhm.
You know, the drunk tank.
Yeah. Because you're supposed to stay in until your hearing, which wasn't too far away, but they.
What about when your in-laws show you that video and go?
Can I do one?
Outside our house.
You remember us talking to you about your drinking problem, and you said you didn't have one. I'm gonna show you a piece of video that I hope is a wake up call.
I'd like to commend the in-laws' front door.
Yeah.
That's a great door.
That's
a show enough good.
That's a
deadbolts on
great
that
door.
I don't think a bear could have got through it.
No,
that's a show enough good.
That's a sure enough door.
Did you notice too? It was flying the American flag.
Yeah, with a little spotlight on it, Greg. You good with that?
That's right.
See out front.
Speedy illegally flies here.
I do not. There's a light on it.
Mm-hmm. Is there really?
It's in
Little
the-
landscape
Rick,
light
it's in
shining
the
right up
area.
on it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a porch light on.
No, it's not.
Is it a light that you got for the flag?
He didn't specifically do it for the flag. No.
No, but where I put it,
He just looked and
where
said,
I-
"Well, that'll work."
It doesn't matter what's what. There's a light on it.
Do you take it down every day?
Huh? It's not up. It's not up now. I just bring it out on.
So you only care about
occasions.
America during 4th of July.
You got that pineapple flag up now. Is that right?
That's so good.
Yeah, what country is
Puts
that
one in his
for, by
grocery
the way?
in his grocery cart too.
Upside down.
Upside down for some reason.
Remember that bizarre?
I didn't think you were here today,
because you
Hal.
could not be in on it. And then
I
do
just
one
got
of
here.
those.
Real
Hey,
busy.
buddy, good to see you. Hey, man, good to see you. I didn't know where you been.
Ripping a lip.
I thought you were still with Maddie on a horse.
There's some days I wish I was.
Right. Tell you one thing, he can't pronounce Enon, I'll tell you that.
No. Turns out it's Enon. We'll cut it over today. No big deal.
We cut it. We'll come in.
Like you just told me that earlier.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, let's talk for a minute about things that have fundamentally changed the way we live. These disruptors that kind of come into your life. And, we got smartphones, streaming services, we've got how many different versions of the color white? I mean, so I heard one, too. There's a company right now called Ladder, and we want you to know about this. They have taken life insurance in the industry, and they flipped it upside down, and they looked at all the things that were inefficient about this industry. Before Ladder, if you wanted to get life insurance, you had to drive across town, sit through a sales pitch, fill out a ton of paperwork, then wait 6 to 8 weeks for somebody to let you know whether they're going to approve you or not. You also, received a zillion phone calls from agents trying to bundle that life insurance with things like car insurance. Now with Ladder, you can get what we really need, and that is fast, affordable, term life insurance without ever leaving our home. It is 100% digital. You can apply for $3 million or less, and no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. So if you're between the ages of 20 and 60 and you need coverage, you need to team up with a company that's redeeming life insurance, and you need to choose Ladder. That's Laddr. Let me tell you something. Nothing could be simpler. Here's what I want. What happens to my loved ones when I die, and how much money do they get? Isn't that what we want to talk about? Well, with Ladder, you can do that and never leave your home. Go to ladderlife.com/RickBubba today to see if you're instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/RickBubba. Ladderlife.com/RickBubba. Do it today. 6.5 minutes past the hour. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, thanks for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program today. We're thankful that you've decided to be here. Promise Keepers, Arlington, Texas, AT&T Stadium starts this weekend. And there's still tickets available. They're opening up the big house to everybody if you want to be there. So have fun. All right, so as we start the hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Greg the birthday boy, turns double nickel tomorrow, July 17th, the day of his birth. Also, Eddie Van Adler here, interns helping out Barbecue Smoke Neck, and the winner earning their degree of Common Sense from Rick and Bubba University. And there's Bill Bubba Bussey. Welcome back for a brand new hour.
Yeah, buddy. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, do you ever worry what may be buried under your house?
Well, you know you should, Rick.
Yeah.
We have a man in Michigan.
If you don't believe that, just watch Poltergeist.
He had a house. He had some steps that were leaning. He bought the house, several years ago. Lives there with his family. They were the second owners of the house, and when they went to tear down these steps so they could rebuild them, he found an odd discovery under his house. He began to discover bowling balls buried under his house.
Bowling balls.
Bowling balls, and not just one or two. To date, he has found 160 of them in total, and he's still digging. The process has been documented in a public Facebook group entitled The Bowling Ball Guy. In an interview with Fox News, he said he was initially concerned with his apparent discovery because he wasn't sure what he was dealing with, some kind of dumping ground for hazardous material. But after he contacted the manufacturer of the bowling balls, Brunswick Bowling Products, they also found old pieces of equipment that likely came from a plant that the company had in his area back in the 1950s. Now, he's not right at the spot. It's actually down the street a ways. But it appears that somebody at the time was getting old bowling balls and old bowling ball equipment and using it to backfill around his house.
That's hilarious. But here's the question that I think should be considered.
Look at that.
Hey.
Well, it worked pretty good, looks
Greg,
like.
Are these bowling balls?
Alien eggs.
What are the alien eggs?
Eggs of something from another planet.
From the marble people.
And they're all going to hatch at some point. So you think, bottom line, looks like since there was a bowling ball, something there, somebody was just grabbing some of them to kind of make the house more sturdy? Or?
The guy who actually built the house has died and passed away, so there's nobody to answer the questions. But it is strange that there was a bowling ball plant and a bowling plant nearby, but it was not at that exact spot. So I don't know if the guy building this said, look, instead of us just getting rocks, they're getting rid of bowling balls, let's just get some and throw them in here as fill.
Okay. So
they said some of the bowling balls were still completely intact. Others were just broken fragments.
Well, that's nice.
They even called it a grid work of bowling balls underneath.
You calling grid work?
Here's what I'm wondering: is this? I mean, engineers out there, is this a good idea? Have we all thought to ourselves, will this start a new company? Like to have some bowling balls in your foundation?
Rick,
can help.
He's estimating there's more still in the ground than what he's already dug up, which is 160.
Do you keep digging? Or just
At this point, you just go
so what are you doing with them? I see him. He's got them laid out here in front of his house.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do with them?
He wants to be on TV.
Now you got to haul them off somewhere.
Greg, you're not suggesting he buried these and then dug them up so
No,
they could be sharp.
no, he likes the attention. He's going to keep digging.
Okay.
It does look like alien eggs from like the rock
I'm
people
telling
or something,
you.
Could be.
We may think bowling ball. But
has anybody cracked one up?
Whoa. So we'll see. I don't know.
There's did we do the story about the tunnel that the guy found under his house here recently?
Did we talk about it? Or we did it on the
it's
air?
like a tunnel led to underneath his foundation or underneath his house.
If
whatever.
right now,
I mean, what it makes you think? What's underneath your house?
Yeah, I think we
you
did
know?
because it came up to the sidewalk out front.
No, that was one a while back. This was like recent, and I'm just going off memory. I'll have to
a lot
pull
of
it back
tunnels
up.
out there.
Yeah.
What I think that was actually in Space Jam. But what is the what would you take somebody up, and they said, look, it's not going to cause any problems, nothing. we're a service and we can come to your house. We will go underneath your house. We'll dig underneath and see if there's anything under there. Would you take them up on that just to know?
Well, are they going to dig the whole yard up doing it, or are they going to like run a camera up under
If
there?
nothing would happen that would give you any hassle with your house other than you would
Oh,
know.
I'll take a look.
Whatever.
I'll
give it a look.
I know. I think where we are now, it's rock mostly.
Look, you know,
if you try to dig anything, you get to it pretty quick.
It's kind of that thing like you wished you had not seen the rat pellets.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I wish I didn't never known they were there because I've never seen a rat or anything, but now I know there must be one somewhere.
Yeah, something's leaving.
Yeah, and so I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I know.
It's
saying some things are best. Sleeping dogs, let them lie.
Well, how many times have we seen it happen? You just don't. Sometimes you just leave things as they are. But don't need to. I hate to quote Pet Sematary, but sometimes dead is better.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's right.
Don't go get no mess of that stuff now. And but because it's one of those. I think about things like that sometimes, like because people just go out there and they go to building houses.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know what's down there, and it's sometimes just better not to know.
Yeah.
And,
dig the footings and move on. Right.
Right. I mean, who why should we know?
That's a good point.
What good is it going to be?
You ain't gonna change nothing.
You gonna move? According to what they find, I might.
Yeah, I might get out.
It's possible.
What would be the worst thing?
Well, I think poltergeist is by far. I mean, that set the bar, did it?
Yeah, I think we're going to. Yeah.
If they went under your house and they found like a casket underneath an underground burial, would you open it?
Would I open it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to
No,
see what it is.
No,
well, you let the experts do.
They're
it.
gonna take it off away from here. I'm not gonna be there when somebody's
Well,
face
Rick,
melts.
let me say this. Even worse. I mean, you're talking about a more formal thing, but I mean, what if there was a skeleton on there that just fell there one time? Maybe from the
Not in anything.
Revolutionary War, Civil War, War of 1812,
Yeah, but
some Indian skirmish. Who knows?
Yeah, but you always think it's something
Battle
great.
of Ten Island.
Yeah, I know. You never know.
But you always think it's something like that, but then you come to find out like somebody killed their neighbor.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, that's not near as much fun.
Right.
There's not a lot of history there.
What if you had a suit on and a suitcase with money in it?
And it was D.B. Cooper. What if I found D.B. Cooper under my house? What a day for the show.
That'd be awesome.
Be huge. There's your something be trending. We'll be back. Mike Rowe's next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
slow down. I need more time to figure out how to live my life. Oh, I'm waiting, hesitating, always seem to
We're back 20 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are stoked. We are fired up. We've been anticipating hanging out with Mike Rowe, and Mike Rowe joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Mike, your debut on the Rick and Bubba Show.
I am at your disposal. I have no idea what's going to happen, but if I were really in a proper seat, suffice it to say, I'd be on the edge of it.
Mike, I know that you have over on your list of things to accomplish before your earthly death. You can now check off appearing on Rick and Bubba.
Full disclosure, guys, I can't believe it's the first time I've been on. I've heard you before, and there's somewhere in the reptilian part of my brain, I actually have a memory of us doing this before, but it must have been just a hallucination, or perhaps an unfulfilled wish. Either way.
Mike, we see you a lot. Happened. I mean, you're one of the most recognizable faces and voices. I mean, you've been on TV, you've been on some very successful shows, you've done commercials. I mean, we all feel like we know you.
I was going to say this, Mike, and I just want to prepare you for this discomfort. When you do what we do for a living, radio is and we're all doing the streaming and the YouTube and all that, but at the heart of this, it's a radio show. And the radio is a different medium, and there's a connection with it that is personal, as you know, that is unlike anything else. And people come up and say, I feel like I know you, but I understand that I don't. This is how they must feel because, like Bubba said, I feel like I know you, but you don't know me. And I'm thinking to myself, and when this interview is over, the delusion will be at 10 max. I will think, yeah, Mike Rowe and I, we're buddies. I mean, we connect.
We may hang out at the lake.
Well, look, guys, I mean, in a way, that's what you get paid to do. You know, you're fostering a relationship with your listeners, and you want your listeners to believe they know you. And the thing about radio that I love, like podcasting as well, they get a chance to fill in the blanks, right? They don't get to see every single thing. They're not actually there in the room, so their imagination has to do something. TV is a different deal. You know, we don't ask people to imagine very much when we watch television. So in a way, it makes it a lot harder. But to your bigger point, if people feel like they know you and they actually do know you, then your job, whether it's in front of the camera or behind the mic, man, it gets a lot easier. I got a lot of buddies in Hollywood who got famous playing a character, and today they're miserable because they can't walk down the street without people saying, "Oh, it's George from Seinfeld," or it's Captain Kirk. No, not really. It's William Shatner, right?
Right.
So if you're lucky enough to have a career where people think they know you and they actually do, then you kind of win.
That's right. Well, we love what you've been doing for a long time. And I was thinking about what if the first time when you did the Dirty Jobs thing, what if we couldn't see it? What if all we could was hear it? What we would have in our minds, believe it or not.
There was times I didn't want to see it.
Yeah, I didn't want to see it. And I, you think to yourself, like, for instance, we brought up, we won't go down this road, but, I often wonder when Ned Beatty read about his role in Deliverance, how he went ahead and said, "I'm in." But
shouldn't you just say no?
Yeah, but when they when they I can just see his agent. Good news, you're in with Burt Reynolds. But before you agree to this, I need you to turn to page 17.
Yeah,
and
just glance over there.
You just take a look at this. But anyway, when this was proposed to you, I mean, you're a blue collar guy, and we'll talk about it. I know we don't have a lot of time about how we've lost the trade industry. We need people to take a trade. I love what you're doing about that. These jobs they pay well. We need this, and sometimes it's a better option for a lot of Americans versus wasting time at a university with a degree that's not going to help them. But anyway, when this was proposed to you, I mean, you said yes, and I've seen some of the situations that you put yourself in. And I mean, was there ever any episode of either somebody's got to do it or the world's dirtiest jobs where you said, guys, I got to tell you, I don't think I'm going to do that. Mm-hmm.
It's so much worse than what you're suggesting. It wasn't proposed to me. I actually sold the idea to Discovery back in 2003. And I didn't do it because I was looking for a show or a hit or a franchise or anything like that. I did it because my mother called me. I was working for CBS at the time, hosting a terrible show called Evening Magazine that aired after the evening news up here in San Francisco. And my mom called to say, "Michael, you know what? Your grandfather, who's 91 at this point, this is back in 2001. She said he's 91 years old. He's not gonna live forever. This guy, by the way, built the house I was born in without a blueprint.
Wow.
Dropped out of school in the 7th grade, was a steam fitter, pipe fitter, mechanic, architect, just a master tradesman." She said, he's not going to live forever. Wouldn't it be great if before he died, he could turn on the TV and see you doing something that looked like work? And I was like, "Oh, you're killing me." But she was right. So the next day I went into a sewer with my cameraman and did a profile on a sewer inspector. And I got that hot mess on the air a couple nights later on CBS. And half the people who watched it threw up in their mouths, and the other half wrote letters saying, "Man, you got to meet my brother, my uncle, my cousin, my sister, my mom, my dad. Wait till you see what they do." And that's how Dirty Jobs started. It was a complete accident, and I sold the idea as 3 one-hour specials to get my mother off my back and please my grandfather.
Wow.
But the letters kept coming, and the next thing you knew, that show was on in 180 countries. 35 different shows have evolved out of Dirty Jobs to this day. It became something way beyond anything I ever imagined. But in the midst of all that, I did start the foundation you talked about. It's called Micro Works, and we give away work ethic scholarships, $1 million every year to kids who want to learn a skill that's in demand. So, when the dust settles, I feel great about that show. I feel great about that call from my mom, and I feel really good about the foundation that's still working today.
Somebody's got to do it. So now this is rolling, and it's not. I mean, a lot of you were at first like, "Well, we know about this show." I know you do, but it's now officially going to be on PureFlix. So if you already have PureFlix, and a lot of us already have it, so it was great to know this has been added. Tell us about this deal that you entered into with PureFlix with Somebody's Got to Do It, and explain the show if somebody hasn't seen it.
Well, back in 2012, we finally finished the 330 job. I'd shot in every state multiple times, and honestly, I was just beat to heck and tired, and I just needed a break. But a year later, I missed it, and I thought, well, how can we do the same kind of show without focusing just on, a sewer or an exploding toilet or some misadventure in animal husbandry, all of which I love. Right? just thought maybe there's another way to do this. So somebody's got to do it. In the same way that Dirty Jobs was a look at people who do dirty jobs, somebody's got to do it was a look at people who just wake up agitated because the world's not the way they want it. People who've got an idea for a better mousetrap, people who are on a mission, everybody knows those kinds of people. So I did 64 half hours for CNN of all people back in 2014. We didn't get along that great, but it was nice of them to order the show.
Yeah.
So they gave the show back to me. And I went ever since looking for homes for this show because I think it's every bit as good as Dirty Jobs. It's just a little different. Well, Pure Flix came along. We put them all together. And that's where they are now, the first 13 episodes anyway. So it's really gratifying after all these years, to see the show come back together in a place like Pure Flix because people stop me every single day and say, is Dirty Jobs coming back? Where can we see somebody's got to do it? It's very flattering, but I really haven't had good answers for them until this morning. So it's back.
It's back. But at Pure Flix, it's so great too. I mean, so many times you think you have to weed through so many programming. You're like, man, why is this on? Why are we watching this? Is there a place I can go when I know what I'm watching? I'm not gonna have to look around in the room and go, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that was in there. Is there, and so these when you go there, you know what you're getting. And if you want this and you don't have Pure Flix, I would encourage you to do that. It's a great streaming app. And if you want to find out more about what's going on with Mike and the podcasts, which here we are, we're in the podcast world now.
We are, man.
And everybody's got to do one.
Yeah, man. Look, 5 years ago, I just started messing around because for that exact reason, I felt weird not doing one.
Right.
And luckily that thing hit too. So I'm plenty busy here in my old age and having a ball still. But you're right, man. If you're bored with the industry, stick around. It'll change tomorrow.
MikeRowe.com. Everything that you need to know about that. 6 Degrees with Mike Rowe on Discovery Plus. His podcast, The Way I Heard It with Mike Rowe. And now somebody's got to do it. Now on Pure Flix, you can find that too by going to pureflix.com/Mike.
Mike, I know you've done a lot of things on Earth. I hope you get a chance maybe to be shot into space or something.
Yeah.
We're doing that now.
Those opportunities are there now.
Yeah.
Well, at the risk of it happening, somebody's got to do it.
We want to get you back on, Mike. We still got a lot of questions. Let's talk about your career.
Let's do that again.
Anytime.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, fellas. Be well.
It's official, I think, that Mike and I are friends now.
Yep, we're buddies with Mike Rowe.
Hey, Mike.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us. Do you have your buyraycon.com/Bubbas yet? Do you have them? You don't have the E25s? Okay. So you're still kind of not in the game because you see the overpriced earbuds out there and you think, do I want to walk around looking like that? Well, why don't you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba? Go there now. You will see that these are really cool. They come in a lot of hip colors. They fit discreetly. They're very comfortable. They've even got customizable gels that make them fit comfortably in your ear. Boy, they durable. I mean, man, we're getting some great testimonies out there for some of you that are using them, that you left them outside and dropped them here and washed them in the washer and dryer, and they were still working. So go to raycon.com/Bubba right now. Raycon.com/Bubba, and you can get an additional 15% off. Now, why is that important? Well, obviously, we all like 15% off, but remember, they're already priced about half of the other brands, but they give you the same, if not better, quality. So they're already that. And then you go to buy Raycon, B-U-Y, buyraycon.com/Bubba, and you get another 15% off. So make that move now, and let us know how you love them, too. And you can also go to rickandbubba.com and find them there under the sponsors button. I understand I got up against the hard break. I didn't get a liner from Mike Rowe. I wanted him to say, hey, this is Mike Rowe, and this job not even I would do. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
That would have been the good one.
That was my
and that
liner.
big booming voice.
That's what I wanted in his perfect voice.
I
know.
I
Say I sound a lot like him.
Yeah, Greg.
I know he probably didn't mean it, but when he said I'd love to come back on, I've already reached out to his handler to ask if that could happen. So maybe we can do a redo there.
I'm up for a reoccurring segment.
Yes,
I'm up for.
If we could have him weekly and Scott Gorosky weekly, I'm good.
What if we did
and Bill Romanowski?
All right, so we got what's eating Scott Gorosky. So that'll be reoccurring. What do we call it? Why are we talking to Mike Rowe? What's it called?
Life with Mike. No, I'm kidding.
Good job.
Well, there's just a lot of things we didn't get to investigate. Like
row the boat.
Here on his fact sheet, okay, he auditioned as a vet in 1990. He auditioned for the QVC shopping channel. He was hired after he talked about a pencil for nearly 8 minutes.
That's okay.
Okay, but get this. He was ultimately fired for making fun of the products they were selling and belittling viewers. Right. So he is a lot like you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've watched that show. I can see how you have plenty of opportunity to do both.
Well, then here it comes.
So there.
Here comes the fact that's on here that Greg's going to dispute. And now I found out that Greg looked at it yesterday in show prep.
I didn't look at it in depth. I saw the one line.
And Bubba went over it with him. You saw his reaction. Yeah. So here's what it says on his bio.
Okay.
The bigger point, he don't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay. Well, Greg, let's just read it to the audience and let's get your reaction. You've had time to think about it. Mike had a stammer until high school. While stuttering through his audition for the school play, Mike was told by his music teacher that the character that he was trying to get the part for didn't stutter and he needed to get into character. At that point, he never stuttered again.
I wonder how bad he stuttered.
Greg?
No, I'm just saying, because to overcome that problem with just because the teacher told you to stop.
You can overcome the problem. Usually it doesn't happen.
Oh, of course, and I get that.
In a moment.
I'm talking about the teacher telling him to stop.
Right. That is
I said off air. Now, if you said he got kicked in the head by a mule and he stopped,
Greg,
because he does have pops. I mean, he could be.
He does
be a drop guy. Just do that all day.
I want to listen to his podcast.
What's
it about?
Yeah, great.
Oh, you've never.
Oh, Rick, he tells stories like the
it's
rest
like
of
Paul
the story.
Harvey.
It's like the rest of the story.
What?
He'll be setting it up, and then at the end they reveal who it is, and it's all.
What's the name?
Paul Harvey. The rest of the story.
The way I heard it.
Brought to you by
Mike Rowe. The way I heard it. He tells stories. He's a storyteller. That's all he does in this.
The way I heard
it. And it is fantastic. Puts out something 2 to 3 times a month, and they're pretty short. They're not long.
But is that what it is? Is it like Paul Harvey? Like I don't know where we're going at the end. He lets me know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, the way I heard it.
I wonder if he got locked up or he was a repeater. Because some people like, and you can't get
that
going.
That was my point.
And then some are like,
says stammer.
Some say,
stammer. What is a stammer versus
stutter? You ever seen King's Speech?
No. I heard you talk about it. Though.
Yeah,
so, and I have not seen 6
it's
Degrees
a lockup. It's
with
a
Mike
pause.
Rowe.
Yeah.
What is that? What is the 6 Degrees on Discovery? Have y'all seen it?
I don't know.
Seen that.
All I've seen is Somebody's Got to Do It. I've seen some of that, and of course, I've seen Dirty Jobs. We all have.
Digging up sewage.
But
I wanted to ask him if there ever was a show on that he committed to do and went, wow, I shouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
You know, that you
Yeah.
go, this is too
Yeah,
much for
watching
me.
that show about everything that
Well, I
was on
started
it,
to
would've
say,
felt
they
that
were
way.
all that way. Yeah.
Well, like he said, he was tired of it after doing that many episodes. But I didn't know the
And he
origin.
probably smelled.
I didn't know the origin. It was not somebody else's idea. It was his.
Well, they said that teacher that stopped his stuttering actually told him to do it.
Here we go. This is what I was afraid of.
I'm just saying.
Do not, Greg, don't mess this up. I want to be friends with Mike Rowe
No,
for a
I do
long
too.
time.
Right now, today we're friends. Right now, for a little
100%.
Now, he's probably doing 12 of the
If
radio
I
shows.
had his cell phone right
So
now,
I went and had one segment.
If I had his cell phone, he would be regretting it right now.
Oh yeah, he seems like that guy you'd love to hang out with.
I'm 3 texts in.
Oh, 3?
Yeah, because I do one. I should have put it all in one text, and I remembered something else.
Is there-
so
is
I
there-
have fired
Yeah,
3 times.
yeah. It's the same subject, 3 texts.
Is there anybody that you've
Do
had
that
their
too
number,
much.
Rick, that you feel like you probably went too far and now you don't have their number anymore?
Mine.
Yes, Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
Rick, really?
I will say
You think
this:
it's-
we had a good relation till I let you have his number, and then now I'm out too. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
I don't know what happened. The number just it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I know because he
changed that one.
probably changed it.
Right. I don't think I text him that much. I think when I do text, it's usually intense. Yeah, I don't.
All I know is I had no
Zach
problem
Brown.
until you got a hold of the number. Now I'm out
Right.
too.
Yeah. So there's
Well,
that.
Rick, now what hurt you
And
is
I
when you
po-
told
and I
Sean
pulled-
Hannity that you could take him because he talks about
Well,
how
he
you
talked about this. How obvious. I mean, Sean.
Yeah, that
in
may
all
hurt.
honesty, Sean acts like that. He'll bring it up on the show and nobody's even talking about it. So, well, I know. I mean, the Democrats, of course, I know martial arts, and I can defend myself.
I think he was trying to scare off anybody that might try to take him.
You're right, but
sounded like
of course,
Don-
all that did though was draw me into the. I
Right.
think I can take you.
Right.
It sounded like Don Jr. talking about shooting clays the other day. You'd
I
have thought
knew
he's
you
never
would-
missed a clay
I-
in one pull.
I know that, Greg.
Buddy,
I knew you were going to be all over
Well, I
that.
tell you, the apple don't fall far from the tree. On
Hey,
that
buddy.
one. I got hung up.
Is that
on
Mike
it.
Rowe?
Did you just
Let
stammer?
me call his teacher.
Did you just stammer?
Wait a minute. She just told me that radio people don't stammer. I'm good.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
All right.
So
I'm now scrolling through my phone to see who I text too much.
right.
Speedy was Zach Brown. That's what happened.
I will tell you this:
Give me a
Sean
holler, Brett.
Hannity bounced out of the green field. Brett Favre looked up,
Yes, he did.
and then he started, and I settled, and you froze, and I got quiet, and he went back to eat.
Yeah.
So one of the
Don't move.
the
Nobody
caller
famous has ever gave me their number, so I don't have any.
Yeah.
on Mike Rowe, and one of the callers has this fact. It's on our sheet. Do you want to take this, and then we can expand on it because this is kind of odd what he did.
And
I
I
did
would,
say
and
that.
I also
Mike's
would
got all
like
kinds of zany
and I-
stories tied
I
to it.
also
Here it
would like
goes.
to do a contact challenge, and that is scroll through our contacts, and the staff challenge you to text the person
I want to say
wherever
something.
it, wherever it lands.
Bub,
I found about
That's a good
4.
one.
I'm doing this for both of us. I'm doing this for both of us. I want to announce, and I know it may not matter, because sometimes somebody said, well, I wish you'd have told me. Now, sometimes you tell people something, they just do it anyway. And I understand that. But I want you to be informed. I'd really like for us not to mess up our relationship with Mike Rowe.
I know.
I agree.
I like him, and I know that's weird for me to
I'm
be
not the
protective
one
of.
you got to tell that to.
Oh, I know. I'm not. I was speaking to him on our behalf.
Right.
But I agree with y'all.
But did you know this? That he
can't
was an
ignore
opera
stuff.
I
singer
did.
too?
I saw
He
that
was an
on-
opera
Yeah.
singer.
Well, he faked his way into the Baltimore Opera in 1984 to get his union card and meet girls, both which he accomplished, according to this.
All right.
So, AJ, is that what you were
Sound
going to
like
say?
a good story.
Yeah, I read somewhere online. I don't remember now the details, but yes, he was an opera singer. You talk about his pipes. He's got pipes. The man can sing.
Well, you can hear that in the way he talks.
And,
Did you know deep down I
it's
think I
pretty
could have been an opera
amazing.
singer?
Gosh.
Rick,
I've always thought it.
stop.
Deep down, you thought
I
that?
always thought it.
Are you in that
I
tuxedo?
think I got it.
Are you wearing that tuxedo?
I think I have what it takes if somebody would have trained me. I do.
You think?
I think I could have done it.
I didn't know that.
Ricky,
Rick, I had no
it may
idea.
be like your rock
I had
and
no
roll
idea.
voice a little harsh.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little.
Everything I
raspy.
do is harsh.
I didn't know that.
I think I got it. I
Maybe
think I
you
could have
could.
done it.
Did you also hear Mike Rowe? He faked being a pilot because his dad was being.
At least I told him.
He's
The
Mike
tax
Rowe.
people were. Oh, I'm sorry. That's that movie. Catch Me If You Can.
Okay.
Greg.
Bubba, just I didn't.
birthday.
I know.
You know what did I
It's your
say?
brother.
We know
Can
what
you
I
not
said.
do something?
Well, you know what I said. Sometimes you inform people it doesn't matter.
I know.
But I thought it would help. But apparently I'm wrong.
Let's just go like this.
Good movie. Of course, all of it's made up, but it's a good movie. You
All
don't
right.
want to
Greg, the
read.
whole
You
thing-
don't want to read the things about that are not.
Why do you take pleasure in this?
Because I really like that movie.
I
I
said,
wanted
look,
that
we'd
guy to be
scroll
that.
it.
You realize I used to watch Remember the Titans every single time it came on. I don't even watch it now.
I know. Gary Bertier not getting crippled till after the championship.
You killed Helms with that.
That's the
I
worst
saw
one.
Helms get that information, and it ruined his day.
It did.
I mean,
It's
I was
right there available,
and it was
online.
unnecessary, Greg. That's the thing.
I know it.
Well, some stories you could just make more interesting.
What, the fact that the state championship was a blowout?
It was a blowout. You're right.
Does that bother you too?
Well, it's just not the
Evidently
way
they didn't need him.
It's just not the way the movie was.
I know. Yeah. So 15 minutes to the top. Your phone calls. Tough day for you on your TV show today, Speedy. Your phone calls coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Getting ready to wrap up another hour. Golden ticket seats today. So we've got Mackenzie Bailey and Wendy Reed. There they are on the back road there. Philip Morris and Philip Lanning right there. Larry and Kim Dolan. Derek and Stephanie Sowell. All there on the front row. And we have a gift from PureFlix. We talked to Mike Rowe this hour. They now are putting Somebody's Got to Do It on PureFlix. Maybe you don't have their streaming service, but you'd like to have it. Well, somebody in the golden ticket seats is about to get 6 months at no charge. PureFlix. Bubba, give me a number between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 and 10.
1 and 10. What about lucky number 4?
Number 4, Philip Morris. Philip, there you go. You get 6 months. PureFlix, absolutely free. The number 4 slot there, Philip Morris, is our winner in the golden ticket seats. Everybody else gets a pound, and so did Philip, a BuzzBox coffee to take home with them, and they can enjoy the world's best coffee. And if they become a subscriber, 10% goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Bubba, a couple things out of the NFL. We have found out that Tom Brady played the entire 2020 NFL season, the GOAT, with a torn MCL.
Boy, I'd hate to see him at 100%.
So the GOAT just got through it, and they got it done.
So you're doubting that, Greg?
Greg?
It's your birthday.
16
You can doubt all you want to today. It's your birthday.
It is your birthday. Doubt on.
I think it's exaggerated.
Do you?
Oh, do you?
How important is what was it?
MCL?
Must not be very important.
MCL, ACL,
Yeah,
PCL.
MCL, isn't that the middle one?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, it said that it got worse during his
they
first
said
season.
Mike Rowe's teacher told him that he could do it. He made it. He made it through the whole season.
All right, Greg.
See?
Just saying.
Actually, Greg, just to help you, which I shouldn't, they said that he thought he was going to have to not finish the season until his music teacher told him that the quarterback he was playing didn't have a torn MCL. That would have been a better way to go.
Dang, that's
all right. So anyway,
I rushed it, or I would have thought of that.
I know, right? So just so you know,
that's better.
NFL Networks. Who's Rich Eisen? Is this the big-eared guy?
No, you know the
Come
guy.
on, man.
No, it ain't. It's not Mr. Peepers.
Oh my goodness, that guy.
That guy.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it's here.
Stop it.
It's it's like that
Don't
time.
make him a bad person, but this is hard.
You should know who this is.
What was it was one of the
Rich Eisen, you know who
it was
Rich
one of them Austin Powers things where he was not supposed to talk about that
Molly.
when that big ear guy comes on the NFL channel, I just keep screaming ears.
Yeah, I
can't
hear
stop saying it.
I hear nothing he says.
That's not Rich.
Who's Rich
That's
Eisen?
ears.
Oh my gosh,
there's
That
ears.
picture's mild.
Yeah.
That's a good angle.
Well, he is Mr. Peepers. That's who he looks like.
Yeah, same hair.
Yeah.
Same hair.
Rich has his own show.
Or Ferengi.
Yeah.
If you're a Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Rich Eisen.
First time I saw it.
who Rich Eisen
Which
is.
one's he?
Gosh, Rick,
You
I'm,
do.
I'm
You know
so
it, man. He's on there all the
frustrated with
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So, Rich
Greg.
Eisen
Eisen.
has tested positive for COVID-19 despite being fully vaccinated.
Hearing that a lot
That's it.
today, Rick.
Yeah, hearing
That
that
a lot. It's got Bubba and Greg scared to death.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be a handle for Greg.
Bubba is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
There
Rick,
he is.
There he is.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy. I know that guy.
I know that guy.
I like him.
You thought he was Scott Van Pelt for just a minute.
I did. If you'd have said which one's Scott Van Pelt, I said, well, the guy over there.
Yeah. Van Pelt's the guy that shouldn't shave his head to the skin.
Correct.
He's got an alien head. You know, some people, Speedy's got a good head. He can
does.
do it.
He does.
I'm afraid I can't do it either, but Van Pelt,
I know I
Van
can.
Pelt needs at least the horseshoe.
I'd like to see you try it, Bubba.
No.
Just once.
I got moles back here on the back. It's
I
not
got
good.
big
Moly,
old
moly, moly.
like a
Look at that
mallet.
big old head. It ain't round. See, Speedy's is round.
Right.
It's, everything's
I
in
saw
shape.
a guy the other day that went to the skin and he had so much fat in the back of his head it was just like lines all over his head. And I thought, well, that's a bad call.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like moon's crevices.
Let me look back here.
People
make sure
kept trying to
nobody's
walk
got
it up with
to
knives
There's
trying to make a
Scott Van
sandwich.
Pelt.
Like you got
I
head
don't
butts.
think he looks that
Nah,
bad.
alien.
Greg, are you talking like head butts?
And I'll tell you
on the
who
back of your
does
head?
is
Yes.
NBA commissioner. Now, he should not shave
Adam
his head.
Silver, good night.
He is an alien looking.
I mean, he looks like a monster anyway.
Anybody else you want to rip, Greg?
It is your birthday.
Gracious alive.
I think I'm just
And
going
the reason I'm doing this is because it's a great hairline I have.
That's what it is. But I was going to do this next NFL story, but I think I'm going to pass on it. I mean,
let's just move on and focus more on the fact that Adler hadn't wished him Greg happy birthday.
It'll be there Monday.
You ring the door at the Adams family, he answers.
Bram Stoker. I mean, it's like it wasn't.
What was
Barnabas College?
It's Dracula, but what's it called? Something Dracula.
Oh, the one.
Yeah.
Salem's Lot.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's who he looks.
Salem's Lot. You're right.
Rick, don't
Scared
go there.
me to death.
Let's not end like that.
Just put it down.
Just put it down. Put it down.
I want to know what it is.
No, I'm not.
Put it down.
What is it?
Let's sing happy birthday to Greg again.
I don't know what that is. Hey, Adler has not wished Greg happy birthday at all. Hadn't even
'Cause he
looked
don't
at
care.
him. And
When
I
I
just want
turned
to know if
50,
that's
he
done.
wrote me that song.
I
And
know.
that was enough.
I know. It's
I
a
thought
best
he had
of
a little
bit.
gift for you today.
I
That was
thought
enough.
maybe that he would give you a little bit more, and I apologize.
Greg's right. Greg's right. I do not care.
Okay.
Adler, wish Greg a happy
and
birthday.
I feel the
Come
same.
give
I
him
don't
a
even know when
drum
his birthday
solo.
is.
Come melt his face with some free metal.
Yeah.
Put it this way, I was glad when it was Adler's birthday. Remember, and they made the cake at the last minute and they put stick people on it?
Yeah.
I thought that was great.
Adler, would you do this? Because I think
Those
this.
cakes are free, Greg. Don't forget. It's free
Listen,
cakes.
listen, Adler, I think this is going to be therapeutic and it will provide what we want. Come give Greg a birthday drum solo and play it with the therapeutic anger that you're trying to let out on the way you feel about Greg.
You got to melt his face.
Come
with
play
it.
these drums like you feel about the way you feel about
You
Greg.
can even do it like you do free metal.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah.
Should I do guitar too? Yeah, do it. Whatever you want to do.
I'd love him just to melt our face with those drums.
Well, he needs a little something to keep.
Yeah,
him going.
he likes
I'm
it.
like
He's
you,
got
Rick.
it.
I like, he thinks he's got something with his little board.
I know.
Yeah,
it.
hey, Adler, he's gone. Greg's
Gonna put it
gone.
on loop.
There it is. Can y'all hear it?
Oh, we get smoke.
Okay.
For Greg's birthday.
Oh, I wasn't recording that.
Try it again.
Try it again. Do it again. Hurry.
Oh.
Do it quick.
Come on. Yeah, I mean, this is for Greg's birthday. Oh, he's going faster.
Oh, he's going to that one again.
He loves that
Y'all
one.
hear it?
Think about Greg. Think about Greg. The drums are Greg's face. The drums are Greg's face. The drums are Greg's face.
That's good.
Keep going.
You okay, buddy?
I'm okay. I'm out of breath and I'm nervous. And
I
the
hope you
fact that I
pulled a
messed up
muscle.
the loop the first
okay.
time around.
It's
in my
okay.
life.
It
It's
kind of knocked
okay.
you off, didn't
I was
it?
holding my breath the whole time. Why was I holding my breath the whole
You got
time?
anything to say to Greg?
No.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Did you picture the drums being in his face?
I don't really care for Greg.
We know that.
Not a fan.
He's scared of him. He's
With the-
scared of him.
Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, did the drums become Greg's face?
Yes, especially that symbol right there.
You remember what? This all goes back to when I first started here one day. He tried to take on the bull and he got the horns, and I slammed him in the floor.
Did that happen?
That was before I was doing jujitsu, though, Greg.
Right.
It's a new day.
That's before you was a white belt with 2 stripes.
It's a new day, brother. That'd be 3 stripes on my white belt, brother. So watch yourself.
Is that when you decided?
Watch your step, Greg.
Is that when you decided to go take class after? Greg told you that?
Yes, because of Greg and my general, just not like of him.
Not like.
Happy birthday, Greg.
The only reason
Thank you.
I'm keeping you around, Greg, is for your grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'd bust you up. I'd bust you up, buddy.
If you went somebody's pop, it'd be different.
It'd be way different. McGregor.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.